In numerous verses, Muhammad asserts in his Quran that his message is only confirming previous revelations, which are the Torah and the Gospels. How can the followers of Muhammad then assert that these revelations have been corrupted?
As you know, we encounter with the greatest of frustrations the Muhammadan mantra that the previous revelations, the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament, had been corrupted. They do so with extreme affront, but with the absolute conviction that this is the case, without ever understanding or thinking about the theological and historical consequences of such an obscene and unsubstantiated set of accusations. This allegation is publicly and gleefully declared by their allegedly most learned scholars and apologists for Muhammadan Islam, such as Zakir Naik and Ahmad Didat, for example. Like every other belief system, Muhammadan Islam had its detractors from its very birth, and like every other belief system, it has its defenders. This chapter is a summary critique of some common Muhammadan defenses and the orthodoxy of those defenses with regard to the Quran. I demonstrate that in their zeal to defend their faith, Muhammadans deny important fundamental Quranic teachings. Muhammadan apologists have long been obeying the Quranic directive, Al-Nahl 16:1-5, to invite all to the way of the Lord, with wisdom and beautiful preaching, and argue with them in the ways that are best and most gracious. With this invitation, I shall address the intellectual defenses of Muhammadan Islam. The Quran is very clear about a number of facts. I would like to point them out to you. Allah's word cannot contain error and cannot change. Allah is said to preserve the Quran in surahs 15.9, 41.41-42, 85.21-22, 56.77-78, and later the words of Allah are said to be unalterable. Al-An'am 6.34. There is none that can alter the words and the decrees of Allah, and none can change His words. Let us together reflect here for a moment. If the Quran is true, and if Allah is the same as the God of Israel and Jesus, then what Allah inspires cannot change, nor can it be corrupted. So we ask the obvious question: are not the Torah and the Gospels repeatedly said to be inspired by Allah? Any Muhammadan who knows the Quran should know the answer. Al-Imran 3.3 tells us, "It is He who sent down to thee, step by step, in truth, the book confirming what went before it. And He sent down Tawrat, law of Moses, and the Injil, gospel, before this, the Quran, as a guide to mankind, and He sent down the criterion of judgment between right and wrong." Typical of every mention of the Torah and the Gospels, there is not a word, implication, or indication therein about any textual corruption. Surahs Al-Imran 3.7, 21, 23, 48, 84, 65, 93, 184, 199. Al-Nisa 4.44, 51, 136. Al-Ma'idah 5.15, 43, 49, 57-59, 66-69, 113. Al-An'am 6.91, 154. Yunus 10.37, etc., etc., all confirm rather than repudiate the Torah and the Gospels. Al-Ma'idah 5.43-49, for example, starts off with a revealing passage. "But why do they come to thee for decision when they have Torah before them? Therein is the plain command of Allah, yet even after that they would turn away." وَكَيْفَ يُحَاكِمُونَكَ وَعِنْدَهُمُ التَّوْرَاتِ. From all the above, and beyond the shadow of a doubt, Muhammad believed without equivocation that the text of the Torah was divinely revealed and most certainly uncorrupted in the 7th century. The same fact is echoed in the following verses of the same surah, while verses 66 and 68-69 make it crystal clear that the problem with the Jews was only their refusal to stand fast by the Torah, the Gospel, and all the revelation that has come to you from the Lord. Verse 15 states that they pass over the truths of Allah. The Quran commands the Jews to remedy their misunderstandings by a study of the Torah. Al-Imran 3.93. "Bring ye the Torah and study it if ye be men of truth. Further evidence of the integrity of the text is found in Al-Nahl 16.43, Al-Anbiya 21.7, and Al-Ahqaf 46.10. Say, see ye, if this teaching be from Allah, and ye reject it, and a witness from among the children of Israel testifies to its similarity with earlier scriptures, and has believed, while ye are arrogant, how unjust you are. Truly, Allah guides not a people unjust. Where Muhammad's detractors are told, ask of those who possess the message, the Jews, as a confirmation of the Quran. These points cannot be overstressed, even at the risk of flogging them to death, because nonetheless, the followers of Muhammad will still attempt to discredit and disprove all of our references. For a Muhammadan to be in accordance with the Quran, in his belief system, he cannot maintain that the Torah and the scriptures are corrupted unless the corruption took place after the Quran was written. Muhammadans must differentiate between ignorance of the Quran or the Bible and corruption of the Quran or the Bible. Al-Imran 3.78. There is among them a section who distort the book with their tongues as they read. You would think it is a part of the book, but it is not part of the book. And they say, that is from Allah, but it is not from Allah. It is they who tell a lie against Allah, and well they know it. In his Quran, Muhammad already is accusing some of the people of the book of misrepresenting the meaning of the text of the Bible, but not of perverting it or tampering with the said text. When it comes to the Quran, Muhammadans are quick to point out that false teaching is not to be equated with textual corruption. A consistent interpretation of the Quran requires that the text used to support the textual corruption in the Bible should be treated similarly. The followers of Muhammad have an extremely unpleasant choice either way. The one fork in the road leads to historical inaccuracies between the revelations, since the Quran asserts that they are all inspired by Allah and are incorruptible. The other fork leaves them with an equally serious dilemma, as it gives them a Quran which says the word of Allah is uncorrupted, yet Muhammadans are belying that very revelation in their attempt to defend it. It leaves the Muhammadans with a God that cannot protect his word from interpolations and errors. Furthermore, the apologists who hold to the corruption of previous inspirations are left without a theological court of appeal when they are faced with proofs of textual corruption within the Quran itself, since there are such conclusions. They cannot announce that Allah's revelations are incorruptible while at the same time are defending the Quranic revelation by maintaining that Allah's words were allegedly corrupted regarding the Torah and Gospels. Clearly, this argument is not in accordance with the Quran and hence is not orthodox. Above prove that the Hebrew Bible and the Gospels were not corrupted before or during the life of Muhammad, then the followers of Muhammad have the unenviable task of proving that these books were corrupted after the death of Muhammad. They have to show at least one single original uncorrupted Hebrew Bible and one original uncorrupted set of Gospels upon which they are accusing the Christians and the Jews of having had their books perverted. They have to reveal to the world how this Herculean task was achieved, especially since the Christian priests and the Hebrew rabbis do not agree upon their interpretations of the Messianic era or the Messiah. They have to explain how it was possible to corrupt all these books in every language on all the continents known to man at that time. They have to tell us when in historical time this was achieved and how it was possible to rewrite all of these books again in all these languages. Their worst nightmare resides in the fact that the world has available Hebrew Bibles that were written centuries before Muhammad and are exactly the same as we have them today. The followers of Muhammad, as usual, impale themselves upon the very mendacities that they concoct to disprove the originality of the Bible. They are so ignorant and oblivious to facts and reality, and so deep in denial, that they do not comprehend the resultant and self-evident conclusion that if the Hebrew Bible and Gospels are corrupt, then the Quran itself is automatically corrupt also, since Muhammad uses these very allegedly corrupted books as witnesses to the veracity of the Quran. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now await with unabated breath the counter-arguments of the Muhammadans that will enlighten us upon this subject. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we have been requested by some of you to counter comments made by a gentleman rebutting our chapter 44 was Muhammad illiterate. We are doing this for the first and last time, because that is exactly what the followers of Muhammad want us to do. They want us to waste time rebutting their asinine and mendacious videos attacking our series, thus distracting us from our primary and extremely successful purpose of revealing to the world the facts and realities of Muhammad and his Quran. We are putting it up as a chapter so that all of our listeners and detractors will have access to it, instead of a rebuttal addressing that particular chapter by itself. We are not going to fall for any of their traps. If any of our listeners, after 184 referenced and comprehensive chapters of ours, suffer any doubts after hearing a video from our detractors, we shall not try to dissuade them from believing Muhammad or his followers. In our free society, this would be their choice. Please remember that if you want any information to either support or disprove our chapters, you can Google it, and with the click of a mouse, you will get your answers. We have invariably insisted that you should use your God-given minds and investigate independently. Always be aware that the followers of Muhammad have only one form of defense, and that is deception and disinformation, just like their mentor Muhammad used to do. I shall now address our attacker in the sequence that he has in his video. It is obvious that our accuser is not an Arabic speaker and most probably a new convert to Muhammad and Islam. They are so very lucky to have him. We never said that the Quran was poetry, although it has some elements in it. All we pointed out was that the illiterate poets of Arabia composed the best odes and love poems in the Arabian language decades before Muhammad, but no one ever said they were divinely inspired. Why then should the prose of Muhammad's Quran be attributed to any divinity, especially since it is full of grammatical, lexical, historical, and theological errors, as we have been demonstrating repeatedly? How is it possible that any omniscient God could possibly have revealed such errors and lies as those that fill the Quran? It is of absolutely no relevance whatsoever what the so-called Muslim scholars believe or explain, since they are only using circular logic to argue their points. They are using the very suspect Muhammad's Quran and Hadiths to prove the unprovable. It is obvious that their agenda is to deceive the ignorant and unlearned among both the believers and unbelievers. As you all know, we are limited by time to give all the references that our accuser requires. He should go to our web for more details as we show on our videos. As you are all aware, even with all the references that we throw at them, the Muhammadans come up with the same putrid mantra. Where are the references? He tells you that we have given no reference regarding the story of Imrul Qais's daughter, to the effect that one day when Fatima, Muhammad's daughter, was reciting Surah Al-Qamar 54.1, the hour has come near and the moon has split asunder. Said to her, that is a verse from one of my father's poems, and your father has stolen it and pretended that he received it from Allah. In fact, the following verses of the Quran are exact replicas from those of Imrul Qais. Al-Anbiya 21.96, and they swiftly swarm from every hill. وَهُمْ مِنْ كُلِّ حَدَبِ يَنْفِسِلُونَ. Al-Saffat 37.61, for the like of this, let all strive who wish to strive. لمثل هذا فليعمل العالمون. Al-Qamar 54.1, the hour of judgment is nigh, and the moon is cleft asunder. اقتربت الساعة وانشق القمر 54.29, and he took a sword and he hamstrung her. فتعاطى فعقر 54.31, and they became like the dry stubble. فكانوا كهاشم المحتضر 54.46, and the hour will be most grievous and most bitter. والساعة أدهى وأمر. Al-Duha 93.1, by the glorious morning light and by the night when it is still. وَالضُّحَى وَاللَّيْلِ إِذَا سَجَى. For those who are still in doubt, please go to New World Encyclopedia and search for Imrul Qais and read the poem in Arabic. In this connection, W. Sinclair Tisdall elaborates in his book, The Origins of the Quran, page 236, the connection between the poetry of Imrul Qais and the Quran is so obvious that the Muslims cannot but hold that they existed with the latter in the heavenly table for all eternity. What then will he answer? That the words were taken from the Quran and entered into the poem? An impossibility. Or that their writer was not really Imrul Qais, but some other who, after the appearance of the Quran, had the audacity to quote them there as they now appear? Rather a difficult thing to prove. In fact, the name Allah is found in the Mu'allaqat as well as in the Diwan of the poet Labid. So when the Muhammadans claim the Quran to be the words of Allah, do they mean Allah copied the Quranic verses from Imrul Qais or Labid? Why did Muhammad at his deathbed ask for a pen and paper if he only wanted his companions to write his instructions? He said, "Give me a pen and paper to write." Or was he in the habit of asking his companions for a pen and paper every time he had one of his thousands of alleged revelations? Men of power, whether literate or not, have secretaries or scribes to write their letters, speeches, contracts, or peace agreements. They don't ask them to get pen and paper to do so. Furthermore, no human being can know another human being thoroughly. Traitors, serial rapists or murderers, and suicide bombers are people who look like us, eat and drink with us, go to school, church or mosque with us, pray and play with us. But one day we discover they are not whom we thought they were. They too have wives and children who had no idea who they were, truly. Muhammad's companions and wives never had any insight into Muhammad's mind. So my answer to my accuser is not necessarily so. Muhammad was no exception to the rule, since he was able to deceive and betray all of them till the last moment of his life and got away with it. As usual with the followers of Muhammad, whenever we quote from a hadith an item that does not suit them, they accuse us of misquoting or quoting from a weak hadith or an unacceptable hadith. As we have demonstrated in our chapter 125, hadiths or ahadith, even the sahih ones that they brag about so much, leave a lot to be desired regarding the authenticity or their veracity. Nonetheless, there are 6 of them that are considered canonical, and we quote from all of them at different times. It is, after all, intermediate hadith 3834 that the suicide bombers of today believe in. Allah's Messenger said, "The martyr is married to 72 wives of the maidens with large dark eyes, and is made intercessor for 70 of his relatives." And Tirmidhi is not called Sahih. In our chapter 17, Predestination in the Quran, it is crystal clear from the Arabic of the Quran and Hadiths what it means. For our adversary to tell us what the Muhammadan scholars think or assert is totally irrelevant to the facts. It is obvious that they would do their worst to disentangle themselves from the Quranic verses that assert Allah's role in predestination. They have to, since the corollary is simple. With predestination, the Quran is a worthless scripture. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to address with a rebuttal any further challenges to us. We have had our challenge on our web for over 2 years without any takers. We have the same in chapter 10 of our series. All we ask from the 1,400 million followers of Muhammad is to point out one single new, practical, intellectual and spiritual concept, precept, thought or idea in the Quran that has not been plagiarized, plundered, pirated and or perverted from the Hebrew Bible, the New Testament, Zoroastrian and pagan Arabian scripture, fetishes or traditions. Only one such verse from among 6,236. This should be among the simplest challenges ever devised to test the novelty, purity or divine origin of any of the verses of the Quran. We are not going to hold our breath in anticipation of any meaningful, factual or intelligent reply from Ozzy or any other follower of Muhammad. Using search engines, we have found out to our great surprise that about 52% of those who read our website in the name of Allah come from Pakistan, and 5% who listen to our series are from Saudi Arabia, two of the most fundamentalist Muhammadan Muslim states in the world. This is one of the reasons that we are having so many attacks upon our chapters, trying to dissuade our listeners from accepting the veracity of our series. They are also using proxies, most of whom are non-Arabic speaking converts to Muhammadan Islam, to do their bidding. Besides their usual objections to anything we reveal, such as, we do not speak classical Arabic, we are not knowledgeable in the Quran or Hadith or both, we are not quoting from the Sahih Hadith, and hence our references are weak. When we quote from what can be termed as more reliable sources, they are dismissed as unacceptable by Muslim scholars. When we quote chapter and verse from the Arabic of the Quran, our mother tongue, we are told that our conclusions are not accepted by the scholars of Islam. When we refer to fatwas, religious decisions produced by some of the leaders of the religious universities, which shed bad light upon Muhammad and or his traditions, we are again told that Islamic scholars do not approve of them. When we quote from Ibn Ishaq or Al-Tabari or Al-Suyuti items that are very inimical to Muhammad or his Quran, once more comes the retort that these are deemed untrustworthy by the Islamic scholars. When all other subterfuge methods fail, we are told that such and such verses in the Quran refer to allegorical and not actual events. Ladies and gentlemen, please be aware that we always quote from the Islamic scholarly sources that were nearest to the events of Muhammad and the rise of his cult. We do not refer to any of the so-called scholars of the last 100 years who are removed from the original events by 1,300 years. Please also note that without the ancient and more legitimate sources, the modern so-called scholars of Islam would not have a leg to stand on. Our adversaries do their utmost to pick and choose only what suits their agenda of trying to make the Quran look not only divine in origin, but also superior to any and all scriptures that have ever existed on earth. Let us together explore and investigate what the modern so-called fundamentalist scholars of Islam believe in and assert as facts. That the universe was created in 8 days, not 6. That Adam, Abraham, Jacob, Ishmael, Isaac, Joseph, King David, King Solomon, etc. were prophets, but according to the Bible, they were not. That all of the aforementioned, as well as Moses, Jesus, the apostles, Mary, and the Israelite tribes were Muslims, believers in Allah, none of whom ever heard of or recognized the name of the supreme rock pagan god of the Quraysh in Mecca. That Hagar and baby Ishmael were dismissed from Abraham's household and ended up in Mecca, almost 1,000 desert miles away from Canaan, with 1 bottle of water. That Abraham and Ishmael built the foundations of the Kaaba, where, as in the Bible, they never set foot in Arabia, nor is there any mention of Allah, Arabia, Mecca, or the Kaaba in the whole of the Torah. That Abraham was attempting to sacrifice Ishmael and not Isaac, as the original and only source of the story in the Torah asserts. That Jesus did not die on the cross, thus denying the very essence and foundations of Christianity. That Jesus received the Gospels from Allah when we recognize that the Gospels were written after the death of Jesus. That the Christian concept of the divinity of Jesus is unbelief, hence is kufr, the worst human condition in Muhammadan Islam. That the most monotheistic Jews believe that Uzair is the son of Allah, without ever showing a single item of evidence to support such an obscene mendacity. In this manner, Muhammad destroys the monotheism of the Jews, hence leaving him and his followers as the only true believers. That the Christians and Jews should pay the jizya, an onerous tax with complete submission and humiliation. That Muhammadan Muslims are prohibited in the Quran from being friends of or under the protection of either the Christians or the Jews, or in fact any other unbelieving system. That Muhammad was the most perfect male human being that has ever existed. that Muhammad's Quran contains all possible knowledge, that Muhammad's Quran is uncreated, that is, it existed before time, that there are no errors of any kind in the Quran, that Muhammad's Quran is the ultimate and most perfect scripture humanity ever had, that Muhammadan Islam must convert, subjugate or annihilate all human beings on earth, that Muhammadan Islam must rule and be the only belief system in our world. These are the intellectuals, the so-called Islamic scholars that people such as Zakir Naik, Ahmad Didat or Ozzy want you, our listeners, to gain knowledge, facts and truth from. Of course, Naik, Didat and Ozzy also totally believe that both the Christians and the Jews had perverted and tampered with their Gospels and Torah, thus arrogating only to Muhammad's Quran the concept of uncorruptibility. Why cannot any of them show the world how and when this stupendous feat of corruptibility was accomplished? Why can't they show us the uncorrupted original that they should have and upon which they assert their mendacities and unsubstantiated accusations? Why, if these books are corrupted, do Zakir, Didat and Ozzy, with utter contempt to the intelligence of their audience, assiduously quote from them chapter and verse? Since according to them they had been perverted, why quote from them? How do they know which of these verses are uncorrupted and which are not? Why, if the angel Gabriel allegedly revealed the Quran to Muhammad, did he tell him so many lies and errors? How is it logically and or intellectually acceptable that Gabriel, who foretold the arrival of Jesus as the savior of humanity, would change allegiance to a mass-murdering pirate of the desert? How is it conceivable to accept theologically that if Allah is the same as the God of Israel and Jesus, would tell Muhammad so many mendacities, historical and theological contradictions and dislocations? Ladies and gentlemen, so-called believers and unbelievers, in our chapters 10 and 170, we have a very simple challenge. Why then have we had no takers? Even Ozzy did not address this challenge while he was nitpicking several items in it. Why cannot the followers of Muhammad show the world one single new, practical, intellectual and spiritual precept, concept, thought or idea in the whole of Muhammad's Quran that is original and not plagiarized, plundered, pirated and or perverted from the Hebrew Bible, New Testament, Zoroastrian pagan Arabian traditions, fetishes or scriptures? As you all know by now, it matters not what facts we reveal or quote to the followers of Muhammad. They cannot unchain their minds from the time warp of Muhammad's 7th century Arabia. They cannot agree with a single one of our chapters without shedding their cult belief system or apostatizing. They will use their usual mindless, circular logic by repeatedly quoting from the allegedly very suspect Bible in trying to defend their indefensible position, or from Muhammad's Quran. They and their supporters will continue their attempts to undermine or terminate our series. We, on the other hand, will continue to dismantle Muhammad's Quran word by word and verse by verse, based entirely on referenced Muhammadan Muslim records, until not a single shadow of a doubt remains in the minds of our listeners regarding the facts that we reveal about Muhammad and his Quran.
The followers of Muhammad, especially the Arabs, always bring up the Crusades as a reason why they hate the West and Christianity. What are the facts?
As usual with the followers of Muhammad, whether Arab or not, their ability to contort logic, history and reality is astounding, but not at all surprising. As clones of Muhammad and his Sunnah, they have no choice but to blame their victims for the very attributes and actions that Muhammad or his followers had every intention of perpetrating against them. We have demonstrated this in our chapters 152a and b, called Projective Identification, as well as in others. As you all already know, they assert that the holy scriptures of the Christians and Jews had been corrupted, and hence are not the original divine revelations, thus arrogating to the Quran and only to the Quran the concept of uncorruptibility. Of course, They do so based on nothing more than their own self-serving agenda, without a single shred of evidence to corroborate or substantiate such obscenities of illogic. That is why not any of them have dared to take up our universal challenges. They are the ones who claim that their belief system is the best and should be the only one on earth. They are the ones who cannot show a single verse in Muhammad's Quran that is practical and spiritual or original, besides the vile, hate-mongering, war-mongering, and racist ones that fill its chapters. They are the ones who put all the blame for their self-inflicted misfortunes upon all others without once looking at themselves in the mirror. They cannot do so because the reflection that they would get and see is too horrible to contemplate. It is hence much easier to blame the West, Christianity, the Jews, Hindus, Zionism, communism, etc., etc., without the need to produce any proof. As we read daily on YouTube and see in the news, Muhammad's followers, and especially the Arabs, are in total and perpetual denial of facts and or reality. They suffer from the blame others syndrome. They do the same to the Crusades. They conveniently overlook and ignore, I may add wisely, the following facts. It was Muhammad, after all, who unilaterally declared total and eternal war against all those who do not believe in Allah and in Muhammad as the messenger of Allah. It was Muhammad who split humanity between his followers, the so-called believers, and the remaining majority of so-called unbelievers. It is Muhammad's Quran that divides the earth between the territories of peace, Dar al-Islam, under Muhammadan Islam, and the territories of war, Dar al-Harb, of the unbelievers. It was Muhammad who first attacked the native Christian Arabs of the Arabian Peninsula, subjugated and humiliated them, even though it was the Christian king of Ethiopia who helped Muhammad's followers escaping alleged discrimination by the Quraysh. It was Muhammad who first attacked the Byzantine Christians, both Arab and Greek. It was the jihadi Arabs who took Jerusalem from the Christians and built their mosque upon the Temple Mount. It was the Arabs in their jihad who conquered, slaughtered, subjugated and enslaved Christians in Iraq, Syria, Palestine, Egypt, North Africa, Armenia, etc., etc. These people did not attack Muhammad nor the Peninsula Arabs, or had even known he existed before his hordes occupied their lands. It was the Muhammadan jihadi Arabs who converted the beautiful and magnificent cathedrals of the Christians into mosques. It was the jihadi Arabs who ruled the conquered Christians under the egregious discriminatory rules of the Charter of Umar. It was the jihadi Arabs and Muhammadans who plundered, enslaved, and humiliated the Christian pilgrims on their way to Jerusalem. It was the jihadi Arabs who were committing these deeds against the Christians and, of course, against all others, so-called unbelievers, for 350 years before the Christians decided that enough is enough. It is inconceivable for the Arabs to accept that the Christians had every right to take Jerusalem back, because under Muhammadan Islamic thought, any country conquered by the Muhammadans must remain forever Muslim. Their intellect cannot and will not comprehend or appreciate that subjugated peoples under the oppressive imperialism of Muhammadan Islam have the right to take back their freedom and lands from their Muhammadan occupiers. Since the time of the Emperor Constantine, Christians had gone on pilgrimages to the Holy Land. Even though Muhammadans had ruled Jerusalem since 638, Christians were still allowed to visit the city. By the 11th century, however, the situation had changed. Let me now recite to you how tolerant Muhammadan Muslims dealt with the Christians and Jews, the people of the book, in their own occupied lands. 1009, Khalifa al-Hakim ibn Amr Allah orders the Holy Sepulchre and all Christian buildings in Jerusalem be destroyed. 1012, Khalifa al-Hakim ibn Amr Allah orders the destruction of all Christian and Jewish houses of worship in his lands. 1012, Berber forces capture Cordova and order that half the population be executed. 1070, Seljuk Turks capture Jerusalem and begin persecuting Christian pilgrims. 1071 to 1085, Seljuk Turks conquer most of Syria and Palestine. 1078, Seljuk Turks capture Nicaea. Just as the number and frequency of pilgrimages to Jerusalem was at new peaks, the Seljuk Turks took over control of Jerusalem and prevented pilgrimages. Pope Urban II, 1088 to 1099, was responsible for assisting Emperor Alexis of Constantinople in launching the First Crusade. He made one of the most influential speeches in the Middle Ages, calling on Christian princes in Europe to go on a crusade to rescue the Holy Land from the Turks. In the speech given at the Council of Clermont in France on November 27, 1095, he combined the ideas of making a pilgrimage to the Holy Land with that of waging a holy war against infidels. This was to be the same type of holy war, jihad, as ordained by Muhammad's Quran and whose followers had been waging for the previous 350 years on 3 continents against millions of so-called unbelievers. There were 7 major crusades. The era of the crusades started in 1095 and ended in 1291 when Acre, the last of the Latin holdings in Palestine, was lost. During the conquest of Jerusalem, the Crusaders spent a whole day and night exterminating many of its civilians, as their chronicle attests. The Crusaders spent at least that night and the next day killing Muslims, including all of those in the Al-Aqsa Mosque, where Tancred's banner should have protected them. Not even women and children were spared. The city's Jews sought refuge in their synagogue, only to be burned alive within it by the Crusaders. The Europeans also destroyed the monuments to Orthodox Christian saints and the tomb of Abraham. Let us now reflect upon what I have recited, because the following items always escape the comprehension and mindset of the followers of Muhammad. Although the Crusaders fought under the sign of the cross, not a single one of them was actually a Christian. Not one of them, or any follower of Muhammad for that matter, can point out to a single verse in the New Testament that Jesus ordained upon his followers to wage holy war or to massacre anyone, civilians or otherwise. No such verse exists. The Crusaders slaughtered more Christians and Jews during the Crusades than they did the Mohammedans. In the Quran, on the other hand, Allah instructs his followers that the highest and best rewards, both in life and after death, are promised for those who slaughter the unbelievers for the sake of Allah. Jihad fi sabilillah. The Quran and Hadith contain hundreds upon hundreds of such unholy and ungodly verses. The Crusades pale both in their achievements and the length of their existence compared to the Mohammedan slaughter perpetrated and continues to be perpetrated today against all so-called unbelieving kuffars, 80% of humanity, all Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, animists, Jews, as well as other sects of Muhammadan Islam. Only in Muhammad's Quran can anyone find such an obscene, alleged divine sanctification, but in no other belief system in human recorded history. Arab and Muhammadan hatred of the West and Christianity actually preceded the Crusades by 350 years. The Crusades are the red herring. Muhammad's Quran is the source and only source of this universal and unbridled hatred. We shall of course receive the usual disclaimers and misrepresentations, but we leave it to our listeners to evaluate the facts.
Based on a single ayah, verse in the Quran, a huge and extremely dangerous political and religious confrontation between Arabs and Jews can explode into war once again. Will you explain the background and ramifications of this very volatile issue?
I always like to make our listeners aware of facts that are not common knowledge to most people, whether so-called believers or unbelievers. That there is no mention in the Quran of the Temple of Jerusalem nor of the name Jerusalem. That every single encounter by Muhammad with the angel Gabriel, who was allegedly revealing the Quran to him, was never witnessed by either his wives nor by any of his companions. All we have, and all they ever had, are Muhammad's unverified and unsubstantiated assertions that he did. On the one hand, every single miraculous encounter of Muhammad occurred in the dead of night without any witnesses. On the other hand, the miracles that Moses performed were witnessed by the whole of the Israelite and Egyptian peoples in broad daylight. I shall address this subject linguistically and historically. Now I shall recite the single verse in the Quran upon which an incredible myth was created, the results of which reverberate 1,400 years later in the 21st century. Surah Al-Isra 17.1. Glory to Allah who did take his servant for a journey by night from the sacred mosque to the furthest mosque, whose precincts we did bless in order that we might show him some of our signs. For he is the one who heareth and seeth all things. سبحان الذي أسرى بعبده ليلا من المسجد الحرم إلى المسجد الأقصى الذي باركنا حوله لنريه من آياتنا إنه هو العليم البصير. The claim by the followers of Muhammad for Jerusalem as their third holiest place is founded on the interpretation of this verse. Are these interpretations true, factual, or historical? Surah Al-Isra 17.2. We gave Moses the book and made it a guide to the children of Israel, commanding, take not other than me as disposer of your affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, there is absolutely no indication as to where the Masjid al-Aqsa is. Neither is there any word or expression assuming a miraculous event. It is a simple statement that Muhammad was taken on a journey from Mecca to an undisclosed holy destination. Based entirely on this verse, it is impossible to connect this alleged event to any point on earth, let alone Jerusalem. Moreover, the very next verse jumps from the 7th century AD to the 15th century BC of Moses without batting an eyelid, although the two subjects have absolutely no relevance to each other. If the event mentioned above were truly miraculous, there would have been more verses to follow extolling and elaborating upon the subject. Nothing of the kind can be found in the Quran. No mention of Buraq, of Gabriel, of meeting previous prophets, of 7 heavens, or of Jerusalem. Al-Isra 17.104. And we said thereafter to the children of Israel, dwell securely in the land, uskunul arda. Al-A'raf 7.137. And we made the people considered weak and of no account, inheritors of land, al-ard, in both east and west lands, whereon we sent down our blessings. The fair promise of the Lord was fulfilled for the children of Israel because they had patience and constancy. By both east and west lands, the Quran affirms the biblical narrative that assigned the promised land among the 12 tribes of Israel on both sides of the river Jordan. Al-Rum 30.6. It is the promise of Allah. Never does Allah depart from His promise. Since Allah never departs from His promise, how then can the Muhammadans assert that He has done so in the case of the promised land? Are they reinterpreting the Quran to suit their agenda? But this is blasphemy. The next verse is of extreme importance, since it reveals the fallacy of the adjective furthest. Al-Rum 30.2. The Roman Empire has been defeated in a land close by. Abdullah Yusuf Ali, the translator of the Quran, explains very clearly the meaning of these verses and says, the remarkable defeats of the Roman Empire under Heraclius were not merely isolated defeats. The defeat in a land close by must refer to Syria and Palestine. Jerusalem was lost in 614-15 AD, shortly before the surah was revealed. If in a land close by is Palestine, Syria, how could the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem be the furthest mosque? After all, Muhammad's mosque was in Medina, and no others are mentioned in the Quran. How can the same point on earth, Jerusalem, be both the furthest and near? This event presumably occurred just before Muhammad migrated to Medina in 622 AD. For the next 150 years, no one ever connected the night journey to Jerusalem or anywhere else for that matter. Once again, there was no mention of Buraq, Gabriel, or Jerusalem. Then enters Muhammad ibn Ishaq, and his biography of Muhammad, called Sirat Rasulullah, page 181, section The Night Journey and the Ascent to Heaven. Ibn Ishaq admits that he patched together assorted stories regarding an alleged miraculous journey that Muhammad had on an animal called Buraq to Jerusalem, then the 7 heavens, and back to Mecca in one single night. This became one source among others of the worst case of deceptions and contortions of facts, history and religion propagated by the hadiths that had ever been perpetrated upon the human consciousness since the beginnings of recorded history. It is upon these unfounded and unsubstantiated lies that the Arabs and the followers of Muhammad lay their claim upon Jerusalem. Jerusalem was and remained the capital of the Israelites and later the Kingdom of Judea until its final destruction by the Romans in 135 AD. It is the one and only capital and spiritual center of the Israelites and the Jews for almost 1,000 years. Even during the centuries leading to the Arab conquest of the city, Jerusalem remained the singular and most persistent spiritual focus of the Jews and their hope to return from their exile to the land of their birth. I would like to point out to those followers of Muhammad who may be listening that the name of Jerusalem is mentioned 667 times in the Hebrew Bible, while there exists not a single mention of it in the whole of the Quran. The same Bible that the Quran uses as a witness to its own veracity and alleged divine origin. Also, while the followers of Muhammad keep repeating ad nauseum the mantra that it is their third holiest city, they deliberately, willfully, and with utter contempt to history, religion, and reality ignore the fact that it is the first, foremost, and only holy city for the Jews whose capital it has always been. They also deliberately and very conveniently disregard and overlook the fact that it was the Arabian hordes of followers of Muhammad who occupied the city and took it away from the Christian Byzantines when they conquered their land and subjugated its native peoples. The followers of Muhammad, the aggressors, have the gall and audacity to claim the city, which is holy to Jews and Christians, as holy to them also, just because Muhammad allegedly had a one-night stand there. We now arrive to the most glaring historical and theological deception in this myth that can possibly be imagined. It is extremely important to point out that in the days of Muhammad there was no Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem, since it had already been destroyed 550 years earlier, 70 AD, by the Romans. In the days of Muhammad, the temple precinct, the mount, had a church on it. Muhammad and his later followers created the myth to associate the newly established belief system with solid foundations, both religious and historical, so that it gives itself continuity and legitimacy. In the days of Muhammad, Jerusalem was called Elia, in deference to the name given to it after its destruction by Hadrian, who built the temple of Jupiter over the ruins of the Jewish second temple and renamed the city Ilia Capitolina. Muhammad's description of the temple is as imaginary, as deceptive, and as untrue as any mirage in the Arabian desert. Sahih Muslim Hadith 328, narrated by Abu Huraira. The Messenger of Allah said, "The Quraysh were asking me about my night journey. I was asked about things pertaining to Bayt al-Maqdis, which I could not preserve in my mind. I was very much vexed, so vexed as I had never been before. Then Allah raised it, Bayt al-Maqdis, before my eyes. I looked towards it and gave them the information about whatever they questioned me. Muhammad, the alleged greatest of all the prophets, who had just returned from his glorious and incredible night journey to the non-existent Temple of Solomon, forgot what it looked like and needed the usual, very convenient and miraculous reminders from Allah." Ibn Sa'd, Kitab al-Tabaqat al-Kabir, Volume 1, page 248. I stood at Al-Hijr, visualized Bayt al-Maqdis, and described its signs. Some of them said, "How many doors are there in that mosque?" I had not counted them, so I began to look at it and counted them one by one and gave them information concerning them. Muhammad was definitely lying when he described a structure that did not exist. So much for the truthful messenger of Allah. Ibn Ishaq informs us with great honesty, on the authority of Muhammad's premier wife, Aisha, that his body never left her side and that he was only transported spiritually. This is corroborated by the Qarawiyun library manuscript in Fez, Morocco, where it repeats that Aisha, the Prophet's wife and most intimate companion of his later years, declared emphatically that he was transported in his spirit, biruhihi, while his body did not leave its place. Further, the great Al-Hasan al-Basri, who belonged to the next generation, held uncompromisingly to the same view. In another version, section 267, page 184, it is Hind, Hani, daughter of Abu Talib, Muhammad's cousin and sister of Ali, that relates concerning the night journey. The apostle went on no night journey except while he was with me in the house. He slept that night in my house. He prayed the final night prayer, and he slept, and we slept there. Whom should we believe? His companions who were not with him, or his wives and household females who slept with him? The modern followers of Muhammad, in their usual attempt to eradicate the histories of their conquered peoples, are now claiming as well as asserting that there never was a Temple of Solomon. One of those who spread this obscene lie was the unlamented Yasser Arafat. Dear listeners, I have mentioned on several occasions that it is by divine justice that the very hadiths that explain the Quran to the followers of Muhammad are the same that utterly destroy its alleged divine origins. The same is true about the followers of Muhammad who attempt to deform and contort history and reality to conform to their perverted agenda of delegitimizing and or dehumanizing the Christians and Jews and their links to Jerusalem. Let us assume for an instance that Yasser Arafat and others like-minded Mohammedans are correct, that there never was a Temple of Solomon. Then these unholy idiots and morons destroy the veracity of the very hadith that are the second most important legacy of Muhammad, since they contain his sunnah. Ladies and gentlemen, so-called believers and unbelievers, every chapter of our series destroys verse by verse, mantra by mantra, term by term, idea by idea, the alleged veracity and or the divine origins of the Quran and the hadiths. And we are enormously beholden and indebted to the followers of Muhammad and their supporters for helping us accomplish our mission.
While studying the hadiths, I found a great number of stories about Satan that are so childish and unrealistic that it is beyond comprehension how any rational human being can accept as emanating from any messenger of Allah or any divine being for that matter. Will you give us examples?
Many of the verses of the Quran and the stories in the Ahadith regarding the failures, errors and deceptions perpetrated by Satan upon the earlier prophets were created and falsified to deliberately deceive the reader and the uninquisitive thinker into believing that Muhammad was not alone in being misguided by Satan. Of course, all of these attempts at deception, misinformation and disinformation have remained unchallenged for almost 1400 years because most people knew very little about the Quran and Ahadith. All this has changed in the last 100 years, when enormous amounts of research have been conducted on the Arabic of the Quran, Ahadith and archaeology in Arabia, the Yemen and others in the area of the Middle East. The knowledge available at this very moment for all to read is astounding, both in its amount as well as in its negative implications regarding the cult of Muhammad's belief system. Al-Hajj 22.52. Never did we send an apostle or a prophet before thee, but when he framed a desire, Satan threw some vanity into his desire. To cover up Muhammad's failure at uttering the satanic verses, his Quran conveniently descended a revelation above, maliciously accusing all other previous prophets of a similar failure of thought and character. Any reader of the Bible will not find a single such event wherein a prophet was deceived by Satan. All previous prophets stand innocent of such a diabolical and immoral accusation put in the context of an alleged holy book, the Quran. Satan is never mentioned in the Torah as either an adversary to man or disobedient to God. Satan is a concept created by the human mind to blame it for its own failures, misdeeds, evil deeds, and all other theologically and morally unacceptable acts. Satan is nothing more than the mirror of man's own negative characteristics. Throughout the Quran, Satan is conveniently used as the ultimate and eternal fall guy for all the iniquities, backsliding, demonic and immoral acts committed by Muhammad and or his followers, thus always absolving themselves from taking responsibility for any of their nefarious deeds. It is the usual case of projective identification used by all criminals, justifying their foul deeds by blaming their victims. Al-Baqarah 2.36. Then did Satan make them, Adam and Eve, slip from the garden and get them out of the state of felicity in which they had been. Al-A'raf 7.20. Then began Satan to whisper suggestions to them, bringing them openly before their minds all their shame that was hidden from them before. He said, "Your Lord only forbade you this tree, lest you should become angels or such beings as live forever." Taha 20.120. But Satan whispered evil to him. He said, "O Adam, shall I lead thee to the tree of eternity and to a kingdom that never decays?" For those who have not read the Bible, the verses above do not represent the actual original biblical story. In the Bible, there is no mention of Satan nor of Allah. There is also no mention of the tree of eternity, but there is mention of the tree of knowledge. Muhammad's Quran, as usual, got everything wrong yet again. Al-Kahf 18.63. He, Moses, replied, "Sawest thou what happened when we betook ourselves to the rock? I did indeed forget about the fish. None but Satan made me forget to tell you about it. It took its course through the sea in a marvelous way." The story above is of course not found in the Bible. It was created by Muhammad so that he would cover up the fact that he used to forget many of the allegedly revealed ayat, verses, by implying that Moses also, among all previous prophets, was forgetful due to Satan's interference, which of course is not true. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 6.71, narrated by Sa'id bin al-Musayyab. The Prophet said, "No child is born but that Satan touches it when it is born, whereupon it starts crying loudly because of being touched by Satan, except Mary and her son." Sahih al-Bukhari 9.124, narrated by Abu Qatada. The Prophet said, "A good dream is from Allah and a bad dream is from Satan." Sahih al-Bukhari 2.301, narrated by Abu Huraira. The Prophet once offered a prayer and said, "Satan came in front of me and tried to interrupt my prayer, but Allah gave me an upper hand on him and I choked him. No doubt, I thought of tying him to one of the pillars of the mosque till you get up in the morning and see him." Why did not Muhammad keep Satan tied so that all of his people would see him in the morning and become instant believers? Had Muhammad done so, he would not have needed to slaughter any of them into submission to his will. It is of course obvious that he was lying and deceiving his followers with his phantom deeds. Sahih Muslim Hadith 5611, narrated by Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. We were going with Allah's Messenger, and we met a poet who had been reciting a poem. Thereupon Allah's Messenger said, "Catch the Satan, or detain the Satan, for filling the belly of a person with pus is better than stuffing the brain with poetry." Even the noble poetry of the Arabs is considered satanic by Muhammad. He has not left his followers a single item of enjoyment or pleasure in life on earth, but eternal ones after death, while dying fi sabilillah, for the sake of Allah, which in reality it is always for the sake of Muhammad. Sunan of Abu Dawood 184, narrated by Al-Bara' ibn Azib. The Messenger of Allah said, "Do not offer prayer in places where the camels lie down. These are the places of Satan." He was asked about saying prayers in the sheepfolds. He replied, "You may offer prayer in such places. These are the places of the blessings." Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 999, narrated by grandfather of Adi ibn Thabit. Allah's Messenger said, "Sneezing, drowsing, yawning in prayer, also menstruation, vomiting, and nose bleeding are from the acts of Satan." Sahih Bukhari 4.522, narrated by Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "When you hear the crowing of cocks, ask for Allah's blessings, for their crowing indicates that they have seen an angel. And when you hear the braying of donkeys, seek refuge with Allah from Satan, for their braying indicates that they have seen a Satan." Sahih Bukhari 9.212, narrated by Salim's father. The Prophet stood up beside the pulpit and pointed with his finger towards the east and said, "Afflictions are there, afflictions are there, from where the side of the head of Satan comes out." Or said, the side of the sun. Sahih al-Bukhari 9.126, narrated by Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. The Prophet said, "Whoever sees me in a dream, then he indeed has seen the truth, as Satan cannot appear in my shape. Muhammad is forever humble." Sahih Muslim 5008, narrated by Abdullah ibn Umar. Allah's Messenger said, "When any one of you intends to eat a meal, he should eat with his right hand. And when he intends to drink, he should drink with his right hand. For the Satan eats with his left hand and drinks with his left hand." Sahih Muslim 5279, narrated by Abu Huraira. Allah's Messenger said, "The bell is a musical instrument of the Satan." Sahih al-Bukhari 4.492, narrated by Abdullah. It was mentioned before the Prophet that there was a man who slept the night till morning after sunrise. The Prophet said, "He is a man in whose ears Satan had urinated." Believers and unbelievers, these are only a very small sample of hundreds upon hundreds more of such incoherent, and utterly dim-witted sayings from the mouth of allegedly the greatest of all of Allah's prophets. I leave it to you, our listeners or readers, to make up your own minds.
While studying the Quran, it is impossible not to discern Muhammad's hatred for the Judaized Arabs. This is reflected by his followers' attitude throughout the centuries and into the 21st. What were his reasons?
It is important that we first explain the expression itself. Anti-Semitism is the prejudice against or hostility toward Jews as a group. The prejudice or hostility is usually characterized by a combination of religious, racial, cultural, and ethnic biases. While the term's etymology might suggest that anti-Semitism is directed against all Semitic peoples, this is totally incorrect. The word was coined in Europe specifically against the Jews, who were the only non-European group. Hence Muhammad, who hated the Judaized Arabs, was anti-Semitic, and so are most of the Muhammadans, whether Arab or not. As we explained in our chapter 6a and b about Muhammad's two periods of concocting his Quran, while in Mecca, his verses reflected great respect and admiration for the Jews, whom he invariably called the people of the book. The book being the Hebrew Bible, since the Gospel spoke of the sonship and or divinity of Jesus, hence representing kufr. I must point out as many times as necessary that all the records that are available to humanity regarding Muhammad, his Quran and the Hadiths are totally one-sided, coming only from his followers. We have not got a single independent record to substantiate or support these reports. Muhammad and his followers show us, based upon their own testimony, that they forced into conversion, subjugated, enslaved and or slaughtered most of the Judaized Arabs as well as the Christian and pagan Arabs, their records and their books. We have absolutely nothing but Muhammad's and his followers' words that are as real and reliable as the mirage of the Arabian desert. After 13 years of exhortation in Mecca, Muhammad failed miserably to make any impact upon his own people, the tribe of Quraysh. 13 years of hard effort yielded the abysmal number of 78 followers, most of whom were close friends and slaves, both male and female. When he first arrived at Medina, the Judaized Arabs considered him a brother monotheist who was attempting to bring forth the concept of a one and only God to pagan Arabia. Please always remember that the Judaized Arabs as well as the Christian Arabs were natives of the peninsula centuries before Muhammad and his Quran. They were ethnic Semitic Arabs, not outsiders to the land. They had converted without coercion to the faith of the Jews or to Christianity. Moreover, the pagan Arabs settled their differences mostly by single combat and not by attacking in hordes and or armies. The Judaized and Christian Arabs had allies among the pagan Arabs. Both the Judaized and Christian Arabs supported their own allies among the pagans and fought accordingly. According to what we can glean from the Muhammadan records, both the Jews and Christians were mostly in agriculture, trade and manufacturing, and allied themselves with the pagans because of intermarriage as well as for political and security necessities. More relevant of all, There was no hatred for either the Judaized or the Christian Arabs. Both were totally Arabized people who were indistinguishable from any others except for their beliefs and some traditions. The vile hatred and discrimination came as a result of Muhammad and his Quran. For the first 16 to 18 months, while among the Judaized Arabs of the Medina, Muhammad did his best to ingratiate himself with them, to the extent that he observed and instructed his followers to do the same, the Yom Kippur day of fasting, as well as praying with the Qibla towards the Sham or the direction of Jerusalem. The relationship would have continued to be amicable had Muhammad not started on the path of war and aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, only by studying, and I repeat, studying, the historical records of Muhammad and Islam can anyone read between the lines and pick up the truthful nuggets of gold or of gems hidden within. The records are numerous, extensive, and are available for any who have the time and make the effort to study them. Never take the self-serving words of the so-called scholars of Islam for granted, since it is not to their advantage to reveal the facts. We listen to and read what they say, but do our research and come up with our own conclusions. You should do the same. The Judaized and Christian Arabs were agriculturists, manufacturers, and or traders who could only operate properly if there is no conflict in the peninsula. The Meccans depended on trade and pilgrimage to make their living. That is exactly why they had the very definite rules for the conduct of war or conflict that were rarely, if ever, violated by the pagans, the majority of the Arabs. Muhammad, on the other hand, formed the first organized crime syndicate in Arabia, with Medina as its base and the caravans of the Arabs, their villages and herds as their target. This was against the required stability of the peninsula for trade and commerce. The Medina Jews, I'm using for ease of terminology, became apprehensive and upset. Muhammad and his followers became the consummate pirates of the desert, ambushing, pillaging, slaughtering and enslaving any and all those pagans they could, even breaking the forbidden months' prohibitions. To add insult to injury, Muhammad wanted the Jews to believe in him as the last prophet of Allah and to follow his belief system. This was the last straw, since he and his Quran were not offering anything new or relevant to add to their extensive religious beliefs. In fact, they chided Muhammad for misrepresenting and misunderstanding many of their concepts, precepts, and historical leaders. Muhammad, who was doing his best to impress upon his mostly illiterate, superstitious, and ignorant followers that he was actually the promised Messiah of the Jews and Christians, could not tolerate such obvious and dangerous people who were exposing his weaknesses and foibles. After about 16 months, Muhammad started directing his wrath totally against the Jews. He redirected the Qibla towards the pagan Kaaba and stopped the fast of Ashura and instituted the month of Ramadan instead. His Quranic verses became more and more hateful, strident, and uncompromising. Furthermore, he started the first case of ethnic cleansing in the Arabian Peninsula. Every time he wanted to victimize a tribe, he declared that he received the usual convenient revelation from Allah, allowing him to do whatever he was intending to do. He was actually sanctifying all his nefarious deeds. The Muhammadan records exalt him for having destroyed first the 3 major Jewish tribes of Medina. This was followed by Khaybar and others. At the same time, he and his followers were slaughtering, enslaving, plundering, and raping pagan Arabs as well as Christian ones. By the year 636, almost all the Judaized and Christian Arabs were either converted, enslaved, or forced out of most of the Arabian Peninsula, their native land, even unto today, 1400 years later. The Quran and Hadith are full of verses that show virulent hatred for the Jews. That is why, even though 1,400 million followers of Muhammad may have never seen or known a Jew hate the Jews, because of the Quran and Muhammad's Sunnah. Listen to our chapter 16. Ladies and gentlemen, so-called believers and unbelievers, please be aware that Muhammad in his Quran shows a relentless and eternal hatred not only for the Jews, but also for all other human beings who do not believe as he does. All Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, animists, etc. Listen to our chapters 14, 19, 22, 137 and get enlightened. After listening to all of the above, you will find out that Muhammad and his Quran are the ultimate, universal, but equal opportunity hate-mongering duos.
While studying the Hadiths, I came across numerous instances that showed an incredible degree of fear exhibited by the companions vis-à-vis their mentor Muhammad. Will you explain?
Our listeners should keep in mind that the pagan Arabs of Medina, especially the Aus and Khazraj, called the Ansar for supporting Muhammad, were blood related to the Judaized Arabs through intermarriages and alliances such as the Bani Nadir, Bani Qaynuqa, and Bani Qurayza. They were very highly influenced by stories that the Judaized Arabs used to recite to them about the coming of their Messiah, who would lead them to victory over their enemies and would restore to them the kingdom of Judah. On the whole, the Jews and later the Judaized Arabs exerted a great influence upon the pagan Arabs since, firstly, they were well versed in economics and could hence manage the economy of those regions, and secondly, compared to the pagan Arabs, they were lettered as the people of the book and consequently possessed higher learning than the Arabs who were quite illiterate. They used to narrate tales and talk about many very interesting and entertaining biblical stories with the pagan Arabs, hence gaining their considerable respect. While the absolute majority of the pagan Arabs could neither read or write, most of the Jews and Judaized Arabs were familiar with reading and writing. The faith of the Jews exerted such a strong influence that a group of the Quraysh tribe, namely Banu Qunana, embraced Judaism without coercion. The Aus and Khazraj were thus very susceptible to the idea of the coming of such a leader. After he had insinuated himself among the ignorant, illiterate, gullible, and superstitious pagan Arabs of Medina, Muhammad, as the alleged messenger of Allah, played upon their weaknesses to such an extent that they actually believed that he was the Arabian version of the Messiah who could intercede with Allah into sending any of them who would contradict him to Jahannam, hell, but those who believed and obeyed him to eternal sensual and sexual pleasures in paradise. Even the fearless and ruthless Umar ibn al-Khattab was in terror of him. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 5.494, narrated by Zayd bin Aslam. My father said, Allah's apostle was proceeding at night on one of his journeys, and Umar ibn al-Khattab was going along with him. Umar ibn al-Khattab asked him about something, but Allah's apostle did not answer him. Umar asked him again, but he did not answer him. He asked him again for the third time, but he did not answer him. On that, Umar ibn al-Khattab addressed himself, saying, May your mother be bereaved of you, O Umar, for you have asked Allah's apostle thrice, yet he has not answered you. Umar added, Then I made my camel run fast and took it in front of the other Muslims, as I was afraid that something might be revealed in my connection. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 7.115, narrated by Ibn Umar. During the lifetime of the Prophet, we used to avoid chatting leisurely and freely with our wives, lest some divine inspiration might be revealed concerning us. But when the Prophet had died, we started chatting leisurely and freely with them. The most remarkable attributes of the Ahadith, in general, is that they portray and reveal Muhammad's character and deeds in an extremely negative manner, not befitting any decent human being, let alone an alleged prophet. It should never be a surprise to any thinking person as to why the followers of Muhammad all over the world exhibit such incredible and unbridled hatred of all those who do not follow their creed. They are, after all, only emulating and following Muhammad's last will and testament that they should slavishly obey, without questioning both the Quran and his Sunnah. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 7.18, narrated by Ursa. The Prophet asked Abu Bakr for Aisha's hand in marriage. Abu Bakr said, But I am your brother. The Prophet said, You are my brother in Allah's religion and his book, but she, Aisha, is lawful for me to marry. Ladies and gentlemen, so-called believers and unbelievers, Abu Bakr was so shocked at Muhammad's proposal to marry the child Aisha of only 6 years of age, while Muhammad was 50 years old, that he told him, But I am your brother, meaning that it should not be permissible, as if it were depraved or incestuous. This single word, but, lakin in Arabic, speaks volumes about Abu Bakr's state of shock and disbelief regarding Muhammad's unseemly request, which of course turned out to be an unchallengeable demand. Even a pagan such as Abu Bakr found it inappropriate, if not offensive, for a 50-year-old man to have sexual intercourse with a totally immature and innocent 6-year-old female child. His shock alone is evidence and speaks volumes that what Muhammad was demanding was actually against the social norms of even the pagans of 1400 years ago. We shall, of course, receive the usual comments by Mohammedans and their apologists denying the importance of the word but, so as to downplay or overlook the enormity of Muhammad's immorality. Unfortunately, Abu Bakr, like all the other gullible followers of Muhammad, actually believed that he was the messenger of Allah and was totally petrified to go against his wishes or demands. Muhammad was able to fulfill each and every one of his fantasies by introducing an alleged divine verse to back him up. In this manner, with Allah always and very conveniently at his beck and call, Muhammad was able to justify all his actions, deeds, misdeeds, lust, hatreds, anger and desires without any mere mortals to challenge him, the messenger of Allah. Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 194, narrated by Jabir ibn Abdullah. Umar ibn Khattab brought to Allah's messenger a copy of the Torah and said, Allah's messenger, this is a copy of the Torah. He, Allah's messenger, kept quiet, and he, Umar, began to read it. The color of the face of Allah's messenger underwent a change, whereupon Abu Bakr said, would that your mother mourn you. Don't you see the face of Allah's messenger? Umar saw the face of Allah's messenger and said, I seek refuge from Allah, from the wrath of Allah and the wrath of his messenger. We are all well pleased with Allah as Lord, with Islam as religion, and with Muhammad as prophet. Whereupon Allah's messenger said, by him in whose hand is the life of Muhammad, even if Moses were to appear before you, and you were to follow him, leaving me aside, you would certainly stray into error. For if Moses were alive now, and he found my prophetical ministry, he would have definitely followed me. Ladies and gentlemen, please be always aware that the hadiths are the foundational texts of Muhammadan Islam that presumably contain Muhammad's own words and deeds over a 23-year period, while the Quran being dominant in Muhammad's cult belief system. In studying the scripts, one should remember that many of his words that are understood apply not only to a specific people or for a specific time or event. As we have very clearly demonstrated in many of our chapters, and based entirely upon the Quran and its explanations in the Hadith, that as Muhammad's circumstances changed, his words, teachings, commands, and attitudes also changed. Thus, as situations progressed over time, Muhammad's words and teachings morphed to accommodate them. This is demonstrated by the fact that Allah also changed his mind in concert with Muhammad's needs through the great number of abrogating and abrogated verses wherein he overturned or overruled earlier alleged revelations. No matter how much the followers of Muhammad try to prove our chapters wrong or misleading, the records in Arabic of the Muhammadan exegetes that we refer to, that are available to all our audience for independent verification, show that our veracity is unassailable. In the final analysis, we have conclusively demonstrated that Allah, Gabriel, and Satan are actually manifestations of one and the same persona, Muhammad himself.
Why is Muhammad's cult the only belief system in the world that sanctifies the slaughter of anyone who apostatizes?
Let me start with the definition of apostasy. The Dictionary of Quranic Terms and Concepts defines apostasy, Arabic irtidad, leaving, departing away from, or deserting one's religion. Further, traditional Islamic law prescribes the penalty of death for a Muhammadan who commits apostasy. although it can be argued that the punishment is not explicitly stated in the Quran. However, there are a number of Quranic verses that pertain to apostasy, and various Muhammadan scholars found in them the justification to execute apostates. Nonetheless, it is most certainly based upon hadith. Please be aware that hadith is the theological bedrock for the death sentence. There are numerous hadiths that unambiguously state that apostates should be killed. I shall examine a few. Al-Nisa 4.89. Take not friends from their ranks until they flee in the way of Allah. But if they turn renegades, seize them and slay them wherever you find them. This is the most authoritative verse in the Quran regarding those who leave Muhammadan Islam. They must be slain. Bukhari, volume 9.17, narrated by Abdullah. Allah's Messenger said, "The blood of a Muslim who confesses that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and that I am his messenger, cannot be shed except in three cases. In qisas, equality in punishment for murder, a married person who commits illegal sexual intercourse, and the one who reverts from Islam, apostate, and leaves the Muslims." Bukhari, volume 9.57, narrated by Ikrimah. Some atheists were brought to Ali and he burned them. The news of this event reached Ibn Abbas, who said, "If I had been in his place, I would not have burned them, as Allah's Messenger forbade it, saying, 'Do not punish anybody with Allah's punishment, fire.' I would have killed them according to the statement of Allah's Messenger. Whoever changed his Islamic religion, then kill him." Bukhari, volume 9.58, narrated by Abu Bruda. Abu Musa said, "Behold, there was a fettered man beside Abu Musa." Mu'ad asked, "Who is this man?" Abu Musa said, "He was a Jew and became a Muslim, and then he reverted back to Judaism." Then Abu Musa requested Mu'ad to sit down. Mu'ad said, "I will not sit down till he has been killed. This is the judgment of Allah and his messenger," and repeated it thrice. Then Abu Musa ordered that the man be killed, and he was killed. Abu Musa added, "Then we discussed the night prayers." Muwatta of Imam Malik, chapter 1410. Zayd bin Aslam reported that the Apostle declared that the man who leaves the fold of Islam should be slain. Volume 17 of Tabari's History, pages 187 to 88, details the murder of other apostates. Among them were many Christians who had accepted Islam, but then dissension had developed in Islam, had said, "By God, our religion, deen, from which we have departed, is better and more correct than that which these people follow. Their religion does not stop them from shedding blood, terrifying the roads, and seizing properties," and they returned to their former religion. Ali's representative Al-Khirrit met them and said to them, "Woe unto you! Do you know the precept, hukum, of Ali regarding any Christian who accepts Islam and then reverts to Christianity? By Allah, he will not hear anything they say. He will not consider any excuse. He will not accept any repentance, and he will not summon them to it. His precept regarding them is immediate cutting of the head when he gets hold of them." I was in the army that Ali bin Abi Talib sent against the Christians of Banu Najiyah. We came to them and found them split into three groups. Our commander said to one of these groups, "What are you?" And they replied, "We are a Christian people who do not consider any religion to be better than ours, and we hold fast to it." Our commander said to them, "Be off with you." He said to the other band, "What are you?" And they said, "We were Christians, but we accepted Islam, and we hold fast to our Islam." He said to them, "Be off with you." Then he said to the third group, "What are you?" And they said, "We are people who were Christians. We accepted Islam, but we do not think that any religion is better than our previous one." He said to them, "Accept Islam," but they refused. He said to his men, "When I rub my head 3 times, attack them and kill the fighting men and make captive the women and children." The dependents were brought to Ali, page 191. There was an old man among them, a Christian called Al-Rumahis bin Mansur, who said, "By God, the only error I have made since attaining reason was abandoning my religion, the religion of truth, for you're the religion of wickedness. No, by God, I shall not leave my religion, and I shall not accept yours so long as I live." Maqil brought him forward and cut off his head. page 192. Ma'qil wrote a letter to Ali, the Khalifa. For anyone who had apostatized, we offered return to Islam or else death. As for the Christians, we made them captive and led them off, so that they might be a warning for those of the protected people who come after them, not to refuse the jizya, and not to make bold against our religion and community. For the protected people are of little account and lowly in status. Al-Imran 3.85. If anyone desires a religion other than Islam, submission to Allah, never will it be accepted of him. And in the hereafter he will be in the ranks of those who have lost all spiritual good. Al-Saf 61.9. It is he who has sent his apostle with guidance and the religion of truth, that he may proclaim it over all religion, even though the pagans may detest it. To mislead most people who are actually ignorant of the Quran, especially regarding the abrogated and abrogating verses, Muhammadans will always recite verses which are conciliatory, such as Al-Baqarah 2.256. There is no compulsion in religion. Right has become distinct from wrong. For 2 years after Muhammad's death, Abu Bakr, the first Khalifa, waged a war of extermination against thousands of Arabs who decided to leave the yoke of Muhammadan Islam and the tyranny of his companions in Medina. I would like to address the followers of Muhammad who are listening to this chapter. Why, if Muhammadan Islam is such a noble belief system, does it resort to terror to keep its followers in line? Why, if Muhammadan Islam is a religion of peace, would it deprive its followers from their most fundamental of human freedoms, that of the freedom of conscience? Why, if Muhammadan Islam is superior to all other beliefs, do Muhammadan leaders need to keep their people under its fold at pain of death and in perpetual terror and fear? Why should the allegedly fastest growing belief system in the world care or fear the change of mind of a few of its followers? Why not let go of them so that only true believers remain? Why is Muhammadan Islam the only belief system that forces people to believe even when they do not want to? Where is the moral, intellectual, or theological justification for such an unwarranted, draconian rule? It is obvious that such measures befit those systems that are essentially built entirely upon falsehood, deception, and lies, because this is the only way their leaders can hope to slow down the inevitable march to defeat and oblivion. It would be more advantageous for a religion of truth if people are free to examine ideas and then choose the religion or ideology or system they want. Although a person cannot be compelled to enter Muhammadan Islam, but a person who becomes a Muhammadan is subject to Sharia law, and this law requires death for leaving the cult of Muhammad. Many Muhammadans living in Islamic countries have no problem with the rule of putting apostates to death and actually participate in the gala atmosphere of such events. On the other hand, Muhammadans living in the West are embarrassed by this death sentence. The West values the freedoms of thought and speech. Muhammadan Islam does not. And these virtues have never blossomed under its rule. Consequently, when asked about the Islamic law for apostates, many Western Muhammadans do their best to cover up Islam's edict. Motivated by conviction or shame, they make up various defenses and say whatever they can to put our mind at ease and make Islam more acceptable to a naive, gullible, and ignorant Western audience. It is not difficult to make the Quran dance and say what one wants it to say if one's audience is ignorant of the facts.
While studying the Hadiths, I came across several instances that assert that some of Muhammad's alleged revelations were in response to requests from some of his companions. Will you tell us about them?
Hundreds of millions of the followers of Muhammad are under the impression that every single verse in the Quran was revealed for Muhammad. They have no idea and would be astounded to find out that they have not been apprised of the fact that many very important verses were revealed at the request of or the benefit for some of Muhammad's companions, wives, or followers. Their religious leaders refrain from informing them lest they become curious and try to investigate further. According to the Muhammadan records, Umar ibn al-Khattab too was allegedly given the gift of true inspiration. Presumably, Umar had the unique distinction of having said things which were confirmed by subsequent revelations. Imam Malik stated that on Umar's suggestion the words, "I testify that Muhammad is the messenger of Allah," were added to the Adhan, the core of prayer. As we have been assiduously demonstrating, most of the Quranic verses were revealed according to the caprices of Muhammad. In these 2 chapters, I shall make plain to you the remarkable fact that others were also instrumental. Muhammadan scholars believe that knowing the reasons for the revelation of the Quranic verses is indispensable for comprehending the verses. Al-Suyuti wrote a full book concerning this fact. He called it the core of transmitted traditions for the reasons for the revelations, or Al-Itqan fi Ulum al-Quran. In part 1, page 82, he explains the significance of this matter to the greatest Muhammadan scholars, as it is the basis for understanding various verses which have been revealed after a certain incident or after a question was directed to Muhammad. Al-Suyuti recorded several examples to prove that it was impossible to understand some verses unless the reasons for the revelation were known. This fact is confirmed not only by the former scholars, but also by the Azhar and contemporary scholars. We shall together look at how the angel Gabriel used to comply immediately with Muhammad's personal desires and fulfill all his wishes, even if these wishes did not conform to the simplest principles of chastity, purity, or mercy. Also, sometimes those of his companions or wives. Even his teenage wife Aisha remarked to him, "I see that your Lord hastens to comply with your passion, O Muhammad." Bukhari Sahih, part 6, page 147. As already mentioned, Umar ibn Khattab played a major role in causing some very important revelations to descend upon Muhammad. These are the claims of Umar and the Muhammadan scholars, and not my claims. Whenever Umar wanted something, Muhammad later answered, "Yes, Allah has already sent Gabriel, who revealed to me this matter, which Umar had earlier requested." Muhammad's inspiration sometimes was revealed using the exact same words and vocabulary as Umar's. Thus, Ibn Umar said, as Suyuti mentioned, "Allah has placed the truth on Umar's tongue and on his heart." The Itqan, part 1, page 99. On the same page we find a statement which affirms Ibn Umar's claim about his father. As Suyuti tells us, Bukhari and others have recorded that Umar ibn Khattab declared, "I have concurred with my Lord, or my Lord has concurred with me on 3 things. I said, O Apostle of Allah, I wish we would take the site of Abraham as a place of prayer." The verse came down, "And take ye the site of Abraham as a place of prayer." Al-Baqarah 2.125. Then I said, O Apostle of Allah, your women are visited by righteous and the debauched. I wish you would command them to stay behind the veil. So the verse of the veil came down. Al-Ahzab 33.53. When Muhammad's wives joined forces against him, I told them, "It may be if he divorced you all, that Allah will give him in exchange consorts better than you." These exact words were bestowed in Al-Tahrim 66.5. It is common knowledge among Muhammadan scholars that the above verses which Muhammadans claim are inspired by Allah were actually first uttered by Umar. In addition to Bukhari Sahih, other scholars, without exception, confirm that. Al-Baydawi, for instance, tells us on page 26, Musnad took Umar's hand and told him, "This is the site of Abraham." Umar said, "Shouldn't we take it as a place of prayer?" Muhammad said to him, "Allah has not commanded me to do so." But hardly the sun set when the inspired verse was given, "And take the site of Abraham as a place of worship." That is, the wish of Umar was fulfilled within a few hours. Before this verse and for the previous 16 months, Muhammad and his followers were worshipping towards Jerusalem. Another incident in which Umar was involved is an anecdote mentioned by most Muhammadan scholars and recorded by Suyuti in his book, The Reasons for the Verses of the Quran. Asbab al-Nuzul, page 31, Suyuti says, "During Ramadan, the fasting month, Muslims were accustomed to eat, drink, and have intercourse with women if they are not sleeping. After they sleep and wake up, they abstain. Umar had intercourse with one of his women after he woke up from his sleep. He went to the Prophet and told him what happened. Allah sent down this verse. It is made lawful for you to go unto your wives on the night of the fast. Al-Baqarah 2.187. This story is recorded not only by Suyuti, but by all the other scholars. Therefore, after he and other believing men violated the commandment, Muhammad found that he did not have a choice, but either to punish and to reprove them, or to rescind the order by claiming that Gabriel had come down to him with the above mentioned verse. Muhammad chose the latter to appease Umar and his friends. Al-Suyuti's Itqan, Book 2, page 100. A Jew encountered Umar ibn al-Khattab and told him, Gabriel, whom your prophet mentions, is our foe. Umar said, who is an enemy to Allah and his angels and his messengers, to Gabriel and Michael, to Allah is an enemy to the disbelievers. This statement was later revealed word for word to Muhammad, Al-Baqarah 2.98, and became a verse in the Quran. Yet these incidents did not involve Umar only. Ibn Maktoum, for instance, who was a blind man and one of Muhammad's companions, was another person to whom Bukhari referred. In part 6, page 227, Bukhari conveys the following episode. When this verse came, not equal are those believers who sit at home and are not wounded, and those who strive and fight in the cause of Allah. Al-Nisa 4.95, Muhammad said, summon Zayd and let him sit down. Then he told him, write, and he dictated the above verse to him. Umar ibn Maktoum, who was blind, was sitting behind the Prophet. Ibn Maktoum said, O Apostle of Allah, I am a blind man. How can I go to fight? I have a handicap. Then the following phrase was added to the above mentioned verse, other than those who have a handicap. Part 6, page 227. It is as if Allah only realized the unreasonableness of his command after Umar ibn Maktoum pointed it out to him. Then Allah revealed the additional phrase. Muhammad asked Zayd to rewrite the verse and to include the addition. This episode has been recorded not only by Bukhari, but by other scholars. It is obvious, dear listeners or readers, that Muhammad did not have to pretend that Allah had revealed this additional phrase to him, because it is implicitly understood. If Allah were the same as the God of Israel and Jesus, he would have revealed these words as part of the verse from the very beginning. Allah would not have needed to learn from Muhammad's friend in order to change his opinion or to alter the verse. We now address the case of Abdullah ibn Sa'd. In Asbab al-Nuzul, page 120-121, Al-Suyuti writes, Abdullah bin Sa'd used to write for the Prophet, like Zayd. When the Prophet dictated, Allah is oft mighty and oft wise, he would write instead, Allah is oft forgiving and compassionate. Then he would read it to the Prophet, who would approve it by saying, yes, they are the same. Ibn Sa'd relinquished Islam and returned to the Quraysh, saying, if Allah has inspired Muhammad, he has also inspired me. If Allah sends down his revelation to him, he also sends it to me. Muhammad said, oft mighty, oft wise, and I said, oft forgiving, compassionate. Al-Baydawi and the Imam al-Tabari agree with As-Suyuti, and both of them record the same episode. On page 184, the Imam Baydawi records another incident in which Abdullah bin Sa'd was involved. I quote it as it is recorded. Abdullah bin Sa'd was one of the Prophet's scribes when the verse, we have created man from Sion of mud, was revealed. And Muhammad continued until he uttered, and then we made a different creature. Abdullah said with wonder, may Allah be blessed, who is the best creator. Muhammad said, write it. This is how it was given to me. Abdullah became suspicious and said, if Muhammad is true, then I receive the inspiration as he receives it. And if he is false, then I say as he says. Thus, we have the verse recorded in the Believers 23:14. This is how it had been inspired to Abdullah, not Muhammad. End of quote. Another case is that of Sa'd ibn Ma'ad in the Suyuti's Itqan, part 1, page 100. When Sa'd bin Ma'ad heard what some of Muhammad's companions said accusing Aisha, Muhammad's wife, of adultery, among them Muhammad's cousin, he said, "Glory to Allah, this is a serious slander." Then Surah An-Nur 24:16 was set down as such in the Quran. This verse was not revealed by Gabriel, but was uttered by Sa'ad bin Mu'ad. Now I shall address how Gabriel used to fulfill even the desires of Muhammad's wives. In part 1, page 97 of Itqan, Suyuti indicates that Salama, Muhammad's wife, said to him, "O Apostle of Allah, I do not hear that Allah has mentioned anything for the immigrant women." Then Allah sent down, "And their Lord has accepted of them and answered them, never will I suffer to be lost the work of any of you." Al-Imran 3.195. Salama also said, "O Apostle of Allah, you always mention men and ignore women." Then the verse was sent down for Muslim men and Muslim women. Al-Ahzab 33.35. The earlier Muhammadan scholars confirm the exposition of these verses as they were interpreted by Suyuti. There is a very significant question which we cannot ignore, neglect, or avoid anymore. If Allah is omniscient God, why then did he not know that mentioning women in the Quran is very important until Muhammad's wives, such as Salama and Amara, complained? Why did Gabriel reveal these verses only after the women complained and after Muhammad's wives expressed the necessity for them, not before? The question is very plain and simple. The answer is very clear also. Gabriel had nothing whatsoever to do with Muhammad's made-to-order revelations. Muhammad's child bride, Aisha, had an influence on the inspiration of many verses. It is sufficient here to allude to one episode. Muhammad was on his way back from one of his piratical raids accompanied by Aisha. Aisha lost her necklace on the way. "One of my necklaces fell in the desert while we were entering Medina. The Apostle of Allah halted and made his camel kneel down. He alighted and rested his head on my lap sleeping. Abu Bakr came and kicked me severely and told me, 'You delayed the people because of a necklace.' He also said, 'O daughter, in every journey you cause trouble to people.' When we woke up in the morning, we could not find water for ablution before the time of prayer." The verse in Surah Al-Ma'idah 5.6 was revealed giving permission to wash with sand instead of water when there is no water. Abu Bakr told me, "You are a blessed woman." Then Usayd ibn Hadr said, "O family of Abu Bakr, Allah has blessed people through you." This episode is mentioned in Asbab al-Nuzul, page 101, by Suyuti. It is also recorded by Al-Bukhari in his Sahih, part 4, page 64, and the commentary of Al-Jalalain, page 89. This is a famous story because in order to justify Aisha's behavior, lest her father and the rest of the Muslims become angry for having delayed them in the desert, as well as the lack of water, Muhammad claimed that Allah told him that they can wash with sand instead of water before they pray. The scholars say, may Allah bless Aisha, because for her sake Allah allowed the Muslims to use sand for ablution before prayer whenever they could not find water. I would like to conclude these episodes by conveying an interesting story, as it is recorded in the biography of the Apostle by Ibn Hisham, part 3, page 23, as well as by the rest of the Muhammadan religious scholars such as Al-Jalalain, Al-Baydawi, and Al-Bukhari. This episode is famous for the revelation of yet another well-known verse. Ibn Hisham says, the military company of Abdullah ibn Jahsh and some Muslims who joined him attacked some people from the tribe of Quraysh and killed them. They took their bounties. When they came to Muhammad, he told them, I did not command you to fight during a sacred month. And he refused to take from the bounty the fifth of the mules and the 2 prisoners. Quraysh objected. Muhammad and his followers made it lawful for themselves to shed blood and seize properties and capture men during the sacred months. I am now addressing the so-called believers especially. Be aware that the Arabs had a tradition of abstaining from fighting during their holy months, which was practiced for centuries before Muhammad unilaterally broke them. When the Muslims expressed their discontent for that, especially when Muhammad himself refused to take from the bounty, Allah, being at his beck and call, conveniently descended the required verse saying, "They ask you about the sacred month, if fighting is allowable. Say, in it there is a great offense, but graver." And it continues, "The Muslim invaders rejoiced when this verse was given, and Muhammad took the bounty. When Muhammad saw that his followers were discontented, and that might create a certain crisis among them, as a practical man, he was forced to claim that Gabriel had given him a verse which made war during the sacred months allowable, as if war and aggression were good and necessary matters. Now, let me share with you verses sent down for strange and trivial reasons. In Asbab al-Nuzul, page 65, Al-Suyuti says, verse 161 of Al-Imran 3 states, "No prophet could ever be false to his trust," was given because a red velvet was missed after the war of Badr. Some people said, maybe the Apostle of Allah took it. Thus Allah revealed this verse to acquit the Apostle. Ibn Abbas said so. Al-Baydawi in page 94 and Al-Zamakhshari in Kashaf, part 1, page 475, agree with Al-Suyuti and state the same reason. On page 265 of Asbab al-Nuzul, Al-Suyuti says that whenever the Muslims saw a man coming to sit down among them in the assembly of the Apostle, they kept back their places and refused to make room for him. Thus the verse was sent down, "O ye who believe, when it is said make room in assemblies, then make room." Al-Mujadila 58.11. Indeed, Al-Baydawi, page 722, along with Al-Zamakhshari, part 4, page 492 of Kashaf, agree with As-Suyuti in the interpretation of this verse. The simple but essential question which we would like to ask yet again is, was it necessary for Gabriel to come down from heaven to reveal to Muhammad so many verses for such trivial things? Was not Muhammad himself able to teach Muslims to be unselfish and to make room for their brothers in the assemblies so that they can sit like the rest of them? Regarding the red velvet, which was missed in the day of Badr, couldn't Muhammad tell the Muslims, "Shame on you, how could you accuse me of stealing and still claim that you believe in Allah and His Apostle?" Sunan of Abu Dawood 3662, narrated by Umar ibn al-Khattab. When the prohibition of wine was yet to be declared, Umar said, "O Allah, give us a satisfactory explanation about wine." So the following verse of Surah Al-Baqarah revealed, "They ask thee concerning wine and gambling, say, in them is great sin." Umar was then called and it was recited to him. He said, "O Allah, give us a satisfactory explanation about wine." Then the following verse of Surah An-Nisa was revealed, "O ye who believe, approach not prayers with a mind befogged." Thereafter, the herald of the Apostle of Allah would call when the congregational prayer was performed, "Beware, one who is drunk should not come to prayer." Omar was again called and it was recited to him. He said, "O Allah, give us a satisfactory explanation about wine." This verse was revealed, "Will ye not then abstain?" Omar said, "We abstain." Ladies and gentlemen, so-called believers and unbelievers, all the above inconsistencies, abnormalities, illogical statements, alleged revelations and theological contortions and mendacities cannot possibly be emanating from any omniscient God, but are very easily resolved the moment one comes to the only possible intelligent conclusion, that every letter, word, verse and chapter in the Quran are the secretions of Muhammad's mind, but ingeniously and very conveniently projected into the unsuspecting mouth of Allah, the name of the pagan Arabian supreme rock god of the Kaaba. Since no stone in the universe could possibly reveal anything to any human being, then it had to be Muhammad who was revealing the verses of the Quran by pretending they were coming through Gabriel from Allah. There is in the final analysis no doubt whatsoever that Muhammad, Gabriel, Satan and Allah were and are one and the same person, Muhammad himself. It was and still is the ultimate, simplest and most infallible form of satanic and demonic deception ever conceived in the history of humanity, that is insinuated into the intellect of hundreds of millions of his unsuspecting and totally indoctrinated followers.
If Muhammad were truly a good prophet, why then did he vindictively curse the Christians and the Jews at his deathbed instead of asking Allah to guide them to the truth of Islam?
I must point out to our listeners anyway what is actually obvious, that the reports that I shall be quoting are from the most authoritative Muhammadan Muslim sources, that all the following and other hadiths are the one-sided and unsubstantiated reports by the followers of Muhammad. Humanity does not have a single eyewitness report from Muhammad's victims, the Jews of Khaybar, who were either slaughtered, enslaved, or exiled. About 2 months before his attack on Khaybar, Muhammad failed in his attempt to go to Mecca. This failure resulted in the Treaty of Hudaybiyah with the Meccans. He returned humiliated in the eyes of the Meccans and in the minds of his people. To uplift their defeated spirit, Muhammad told his followers that the events at Hudaybiyah were really a victory. In fact, another made-to-order revelation was given to Muhammad as proof, Al-Fath 48.1. Since Allah did not deliver the Meccans' goods as booty, Muhammad decided to attack and plunder the weaker and unsuspecting Jewish settlement of Khaybar instead. About 6 weeks after Hudaybiyah, Muhammad led his army and attacked the Jews of Khaybar while they were on their way to work on their date palms. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 1.584, narrated by Humayd. Anas bin Malik said, "The inhabitants of Khaybar came out with their baskets and spades, and when they saw the Prophet, they shouted, 'Muhammad, by God, Muhammad and his army.'" Khaybar was an agricultural settlement defended by a number of forts spread apart from each other. One by one, Muhammad's army took the forts. Finally, the last few surrendered to him. Muhammad had several of the leaders of the Jewish settlement beheaded. One leader, Kinana, was tortured to reveal where buried treasure was hidden. Then, when Kinana was near death, Muhammad commanded that he be beheaded. Many of the women and children were enslaved. Muhammad even took the most beautiful woman for himself. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 5.522, narrated by Anas bin Malik. The beauty of Safiya bint Huyay, whose husband had been killed while she was a bride, was mentioned to Allah's apostle. The Prophet selected her for himself and set out with her. Safiya became clean for her menses, then Allah's apostle married her. Muhammad just had her husband, father, and menfolk slaughtered right in front of her eyes. By any standard of logic and morality, he raped her. Immediately following the conquest of Khaybar, a Jewish woman prepared a dinner for Muhammad and some of his men. From Ibn Sa'ad, pages 251-252. When the Apostle of Allah conquered Khaybar, and he had peace of mind, Zainab bint al-Harith inquired, "Which part of the goat is liked by Muhammad?" They said, "The foreleg." Then she slaughtered one from her goats and roasted it. Then she wanted a poison which could not fail. The Apostle of Allah took the foreleg, a piece of which he put in his mouth. Bishr took another bone and put it into his mouth. When the Apostle of Allah ate one morsel of it, Bishr ate his, and other people also ate from it. Then the Apostle of Allah said, "Hold back your hands, because this foreleg informed me that it is poisoned." Thereupon Bishr said, "By him who has made you great, I discovered it from the morsel I took. Nothing prevented me from emitting it out, but the idea that I did not like to make your food unrelishing. When you had eaten what was in your mouth, I did not like to save my life after yours, and I also thought you would not have eaten it if there was something wrong." Bishr did not rise from his seat, but his color changed to green. The Apostle of Allah sent for Zainab and said to her, "What induced you to do what you have done?" She replied, "You have done to my people what you have done. You have killed my father, my uncle, and my husband. So I said to myself, if you are a prophet, the foreleg will inform you. And others have said, if you are a king, we will get rid of you." Bishr realized that there was something wrong with the bad-tasting meat. He ate it nonetheless because he was fully convinced that as a prophet, Muhammad should have known or been forewarned by Allah of the poisoning. In fact, both the Jewish woman and Bishr were correct in believing that had Muhammad been a true prophet, he would have been forewarned. But Muhammad was a liar and hence died from poisoning. Moreover, why did the leg talk to him after he ingested the poison and not before? It would have been a true miracle if it had talked to him before eating the poisoned meat. The Apostle of Allah lived after this 3 years till in consequence of his pain he passed away. Ibn Sa'ad, page 244. And there has been no prophet but he has lived half the life of the prophet preceding him. Jesus, the son of Mary, lived for 125 years. And this is the 62nd year of my life. He, the prophet, died half the year after this. According to Muhammad, Jesus not only did not die on the cross, but he also lived longer than Moses. As was usual with Muhammad, he concocted stories as he went along. Sahih Muslim, volume 3, 54401. Aisha reported that when Allah's Messenger fell ill, he recited over his body mu'awwidatan and blew over himself. When his sickness was aggravated, I used to recite over him and rub him with his hand in the hope that it was more blessed. Ibn Sa'ad, page 265. Aisha used to say, when the Apostle of Allah fell ill, Gabriel chanted on him saying, in the name of Allah who will cure you and who will heal you from every malady and will ward off the evil of envier who envies and from smite of the evil eye. How is it possible or logical that Gabriel was praying without knowing that Allah had decided for Muhammad's death? Sahih al-Bukhari 2.472, narrated by Aisha. Allah's Apostle in his fatal illness said, Allah cursed the Jews and the Christians, for they built the places of worship as the graves of their prophets. Let us now summarize the events. Muhammad attacked Khaybar. He destroyed, murdered, plundered, tortured, and enslaved many people. The Jews were not preparing to attack him. They were ambushed. A Jewish woman whose family had been wiped out by Muhammad put poison into a goat and fed it to him and others. Muhammad ingested some of the poisoned goat and began to feel its effects. He died 3 years later as a result of the poisoning. Many times previously, Muhammad claimed to have had revelations that warned him of danger. He even used one of these convenient upon request revelations as grounds to attack the Jewish settlement of Banu Nadir. Yet at Khaybar the revelation came too late to save his own life or that of Bishr's. As his illness wore on, Muhammad began to pray for healing. He even rubbed his healing hand upon himself. Gabriel also got into the act and prayed for his recovery. Obviously, at this point in time, Muhammad wanted very much to be alive. When his illness got progressively worse, Muhammad realized at last that it was the end. He ceased praying for healing and then declared that Allah had given him a choice to go to paradise or living on earth. Muhammad said he wanted to go to paradise. Knowing the game was up, Muhammad made the best out of his situation. Ibn Hisham, page 679. Then he, Muhammad, said, Allah has given one of his servants the choice between this world and that which is with Allah, and he has chosen the latter. Moses knew about his coming death, Deuteronomy 34.15. Jesus also knew of his death, Mark 8.32. Allah obviously did not see fit to inform his beloved Muhammad of his impending death. Muhammad was most certainly not a prophet. Only when he realized he was dying did Muhammad spiritualize his suffering and came to terms with death. Until the very end, he was full of hate and vindictiveness against his victims, the Christians and the Jews. For references, please read from the following. Sahih Bukhari, this hadith is considered to be the most important Islamic book after the Quran. Ibn Ishaq biography, Sirat Rasulullah, is the most authentic biographical literature recognized in Islam. Ibn Sa'ad's biography, Kitab al-Tabaqat al-Kabir, volume 2. Of the three, Ibn Sa'ad's Sirat contains the most information relative to Muhammad's death. Tabari's history is one of the most highly respected authors in Islamic writings. His history is 39 volumes. Sahih Muslim, this collection of hadith is considered to be equal to or slightly below Bukhari's collection of hadith. When studied in full, they all give unintentionally an extremely unflattering portrayal of Muhammad.
The modern followers of Muhammad understanding perfectly well the implications of a 53-year-old man having sex with a 9-year-old child, do their worst to either deny or pervert the very Mohammedan records that tell us this sordid story. Please elaborate.
Although we have addressed part of this issue in other earlier chapters, nonetheless it is one of the more sordid episodes in Muhammad's conduct that even modern Mohammedan scholars do their worst to hide. According to tradition, Muhammad married her when she was a child of 6 years of age, and he was 50 years old. So young, in fact, that she brought with her her toys. This evidence alone shows that psychologically and socially she was still an innocent and immature child. He consummated his marriage with her at the age of 9 years, when he was 53 years old. The waiting period of 3 years had to do with the fact that at that time Aisha had contracted a disease, whereby she temporarily lost all her hair. The so-called disease was actually due to the immense shock of a child being handed over to a much older person. Such psychological traumas can and do produce almost instant side effects, such as loss of hair or even hair turning white. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 6.399, narrated by Yusuf bin Mahik. I was in the house of Aisha, the mother of the believers. She said, "This revelation, nay, but the hour is their appointed time, and the hour will be more previous and more bitter," 54.46, was revealed to Muhammad at Mecca while I was a playful little girl. Sahih Bukhari 7.18, narrated by Ursa. The Prophet asked Abu Bakr for Aisha's hand in marriage. Abu Bakr said, "But I am your brother." The Prophet said, "You are my brother in Allah's religion and His book, but she is lawful for me to marry." Abu Bakr was so shocked at Muhammad's proposal to marry his child Aisha of 6 years that he told him, "But I am your brother." This word "but," which in Arabic is innama, brings out the true disbelief of Abu Bakr regarding the request, which of course turned out to be an unchallengeable demand. Abu Bakr's shock alone is evidence that what Muhammad was demanding was against the social norms of even the pagans of 1400 years ago. Since his companions actually believed him as the messenger of Allah, Muhammad was able to fulfill each and every one of his fantasies, lusts, and desires. Muhammad was able to receive alleged divine verses, sanctifying them with made-to-order revelations from his accomplice, the ever-obedient and willing Allah. Sahih al-Bukhari 5.234, narrated by Aisha. The Prophet engaged me when I was a girl of 6 years. We went to Medina and stayed at the home of Ben al-Harith bin Khazraj. Then I got ill and my hair fell down. Later on my hair grew again, and my mother Ruman came to me while I was playing in a swing with some of my girlfriends. She called me, and I went to her, not knowing what she wanted to do with me. She caught me by the hand and made me stand at the door of the house. She halted me at the door, and I burst into laughter. I was breathless then, and when my breathing became all right, she took some water and rubbed my face and head with it. Then she took me into the house. There in the house I saw some Ansari women who said, "Best wishes and Allah's blessing and a good luck." Then she entrusted me to them, and they prepared me for the marriage. Unexpectedly, Allah's apostle came to me in the afternoon, and my mother handed me over to him. And at that time I was a girl of 9 years of age. The date of their so-called marriage was circa 621 CE, 1 or 2 years after the Hijrah. It is obvious that he did not consummate his marriage to her earlier because of her illness, an illness that came about due to the shock of the events that were taking place around a little uncomprehending child girl. Sahih Bukhari 9.139, narrated by Aisha. Allah's apostle said to me, "You were shown to me twice in my dream before I married you. I saw an angel carrying you in a silken piece of cloth, and I said to him, 'Uncover her,' and behold, it was you. I said to myself, 'If this is from Allah, then it must happen.'" Muhammad started dreaming of Aisha when she was less than 6 years of age. He wasted no time in fulfilling his desire, in spite of the fact that the object of his lust was a mere child. Is it normal for a man of 50 plus to dream of a union with a baby girl? As usual, Muhammad created a scene in association with the angels and Allah to justify the immoral and the unjustifiable. Sahih Muslim, Book 8, number 3311. Aisha reported that Allah's Apostle married her when she was 7 years old, and she was taken to his house as a bride when she was 9, and her dolls were with her. And when he died, she was 18 years old. The Holy Prophet died when he was 63, so he must have married Aisha when he was 51, and went to her when he was 54. Sahih Bukhari, Volume 5, Book 58, number 245, narrated by Aisha. I never remembered my parents believing in any religion other than the true religion, i.e. Islam. If Aisha was older, i.e. 16 or 18, as some Muslims claim, she would have remembered the religion of her parents prior to becoming Muslims. Sahih al-Bukhari 7.88, narrated by Ursa. The Prophet wrote the marriage contract with Aisha while she was 6 years old, and consummated his marriage with her while she was 9 years old, and she remained with him for 9 years, i.e. till his death. Sahih Bukhari 8.151, narrated by Aisha. I used to play with the dolls in the presence of the Prophet, and my girlfriends who also used to play with me. When Allah's Apostle used to enter my dwelling place, they used to hide themselves, but the Prophet would call them to join and play with me. Fath al-Bari, page 143, volume 13, explains the obvious. The playing with the dolls and similar images is forbidden, but it was allowed for Aisha at that time, as she was a little girl not yet reached the age of puberty. Muhammad was invariably permitted by the ever-obliging Allah to have Allah's rules broken only in his case. Once again, another Muhammadan scholar confirms that Aisha had not then reached puberty. Sunan of Abu Dawood, Hadith 2380, narrated by Aisha. The Prophet used to kiss her and suck her tongue when he was fasting. Al-Tirmidhi, Hadith 6182, narrated by Aisha. Gabriel brought a picture of her on a piece of green silk to Allah's Messenger and said, "This is your wife in this world and the next." In this hadith, Gabriel brought a picture of Aisha, but not Aisha herself. It seems that Allah found a great deal of time to accommodate and be at the beck and call of Muhammad's personal needs as well as those of his household. None of the Hebrew prophets ever received such minutiae of attention to their personal requirements and comfort, even those with whom he befriended, as Abraham, or talked direct to Moses. Sahih al-Bukhari 1.229, narrated by Aisha. I used to wash the traces of janaba, semen, from the clothes of the Prophet, and he used to go for prayers while traces of water were still on it. Sahih al-Bukhari, volume 7, book 62, number 17, narrated by Jabir bin Abdullah. When I got married, Allah's Apostle said to me, "What type of lady have you married?" I replied, "I have married a matron." He said, "Why? Don't you have a liking for the virgins and for fondling them?" Jabir also said, Allah's Apostle said, "Why didn't you marry a young girl so that you might play with her and she with you?" In the classic history of the life of Muhammad, Sirat Rasulullah, by Ibn Ishaq, page 311, there is an account in which Muhammad expressed a marital interest in a crawling baby. This event seems to have occurred around the time of the Battle of Badr, which would have made Muhammad approximately 55 years old. Suhaili 2.79 in the Riwayah of Yunus. Ibn Ishaq recorded that the Apostle saw her, al-Fadl, when she was a baby crawling before him, and said, "If she grows up and I am still alive, I will marry her." But he died before she grew up. So Muhammad's interest in young girls extended beyond Aisha. Why would anyone think that Muhammad's sexual interest in babies be the timeless expression of the will of Allah? How does such a prurient desire support Muhammad's claim to be a prophet of Allah? Such a desire by an old man is contrary to nature, and it is a perversion against the moral order of Allah's universe. Ladies and gentlemen, so-called believers and unbelievers, be aware that in the Arabic language of Muhammad's time, a single word, nikah, meant having sexual intercourse, marriage, or rape. Since Aisha was 6 years old when she was so-called married to Muhammad, nakaha, which is way below the age of intelligent consent, and as the ahadith demonstrate, Aisha was his unwilling partner. When he penetrated her at the age of 9, the same word, nakahaha, is used. Yet again, consent was not given. Hence, based entirely upon all the evidence at hand, this is purely a case of rape. Muhammad raped Aisha. As an aside, although Muhammad preferred to have sex with the young Aisha more than any of the other 8 wives, she was not able to conceive. It should be pointed out that he most probably damaged her reproductive system by penetrating her at such a very early age. So-called believers, go to Google and investigate this subject, and you will find to your shock and amazement that the current Muhammadan sources tell you that he married her at the age of 10 to 11 and consummated their marriage at the age 14, 18 or 19. Why pervert the original hadiths and deceive the readers if it was a morally, culturally and biologically acceptable case?
I found it very strange that Muhammad had such a fear or hatred of dogs. Do you have any explanation?
Although over 200 verses in the Quran deal with animals and 6 surahs, chapters of the Quran, are named after animals, animal life is not a predominant theme in the Quran, as they are usually perceived in relation to humans. The majority of both Sunni and Shia Muslim jurists consider dogs to be ritually unclean, though jurists from the Sunni Maliki school disagree. According to Sunni tradition, Muhammad didn't like dogs, and most practicing Muhammadans do not have dogs as pets. It is said that angels do not enter a house which contains a dog. Though dogs are not allowed for pets, they are allowed to be kept if used for work, such as guarding your house or farm, or when used for hunting purposes. According to several hadiths, Muhammad considered black dogs as evil or even devils in animal form. In both Sunni and Shia accounts, Muhammad is said to have conversed nonchalantly with camels, birds, and other species of animals. Of course, these miraculous conversations are not mentioned in the Quran because in reality they were concocted over a period of 300 years after his death to give Muhammad the same supernatural qualities as King Solomon, who talked to animals as mentioned in the Quran, Surah An-Naml 28.18. Muhammad's hatred of dogs in general and black ones in particular may be attributed to a nasty encounter or experience during his childhood. Otherwise, why would an alleged shepherd boy have a morbid fear or dislike of them when they are the best animals to herd, control, and defend them? Besides the horse, the dog is the friendliest and most loving and most loyal animal to man. Sahih Muslim Hadith 551, narrated by Abdullah ibn Mughaffal. The Messenger of Allah ordered killing of the dogs and then said, "What about them?" i.e. about other dogs, but then granted concession to keep the dog for hunting and the dog for the security of the herd, and said, "When the dog licks the utensil, wash it 7 times and rub it with earth the 8th time." Sahih Muslim 1032, narrated by Abu Dahr. The Messenger of Allah said, "When any one of you stands for prayer, his prayer would be cut off by passing of an ass, a woman, or a black dog." I said, "O Abu Dahr, what feature is there in a black dog which distinguishes it from the red dog and the yellow dog?" He said, "O son of my brother, I asked the Messenger of Allah as you are asking me, and he said, the black dog is a devil." The greatest and most intelligent of all prophets recognized the devil in black dogs. It takes a Satan to recognize another Satan. Sahih Muslim 3814, narrated by Abdullah ibn Mughaffal. Allah Messenger ordered the killing of dogs and then said, "What is the trouble with them, the people of Medina? How dogs are nuisance to them, the citizens of Medina?" He then permitted keeping of dogs for hunting and the protection of herds. Muhammad willy-nilly made decisions of great importance, changed his mind, and rescinded earlier ones, just as Allah was doing with his abrogating and abrogated verses. Our listeners should not be surprised, since they should know by now that Muhammad, Gabriel, Allah, and Satan are one and the same character. Muhammad himself, while the others are his puppets in disguise. Sahih Muslim 5248, narrated by Maymuna. One morning, Allah's Messenger was silent with grief. Maymuna said, "Allah's Messenger, I find a change in your mood today." Allah's Messenger said, Gabriel had promised me that he would meet me last night, but he did not meet me. By Allah, he never broke his promises, and Allah's messenger spent the day in this sad mood. Then it occurred to him that there had been a puppy under his cot. He gave an order, and it was turned out. He then took some water in his hand and sprinkled it on the place. When it was evening, Gabriel met him, and he said to him, "You promised me that you would meet me the previous night." He said, "Yes, but we do not enter a house in which there is a dog or a picture." So the very next morning, he commanded the dogs to be killed. He announced that the dog kept for the orchards should also be killed. But he spared the dog used for the protection of extensive fields or big gardens. It is on such incredible stupidities and mendacities do the followers of Muhammad hang their logic and intellect. That is why most Muhammadans do not own dogs as pets and actually shrink from them. Al-Tirmidhi 4102 and Sunan Abu Dawud Hadith 2839, narrated by Abdullah ibn Mughaffal. The Prophet said, "Were dogs not a species of creature, I should command that they all be killed, but kill every pure black one." Sunan Abu Dawud 2840, narrated by Jabir ibn Abdullah. The Prophet of Allah ordered to kill dogs, and we were even killing a dog which a woman brought with her from the desert. Afterwards, he forbade to kill them, saying, "Confine yourselves to the type which is black." Sunan Abu Dawud 5084, narrated by Jabir ibn Abdullah. The Prophet said, "When you hear the barking of dogs and the braying of asses at night, seek refuge in Allah, for they see which you do not see." That is, they see the devil. Sahih Bukhari 1.493, narrated by Aisha. The things which annul prayer were mentioned before me, and those were a dog, a donkey, and a woman. I said, "You have compared us women to donkeys and dogs." Sahih Bukhari 1.498, narrated by Aisha. It is not good that you people have made us women equal to dogs and donkeys. No doubt, I saw Allah's apostle praying while I used to lie between him and the Qibla, and when he wanted to prostrate, I pushed my legs and I withdrew them. Even an unlearned teenager, such as Aisha was, realized to what level of degradation womanhood was reduced to by Muhammad and his male followers even unto today's 21st century. 1400 years of human progress have not been able to dent the thick armor of total and abysmal stupidity that is the demonic cult of Muhammad and Islam. Sahih al-Bukhari 4.540, narrated by Abdullah ibn Umar. Allah's apostle ordered that dogs should be killed. Al-Muwatta Hadith 20.90, animals that someone in ihram can kill. Yahya related to me from Malik, from Abdullah ibn Dinar, from Abdullah ibn Umar, that the Messenger of Allah said, "There are 5 kinds of animals which it is not wrong for someone in ihram to kill: scorpions, rats and mice, crows, kites and wild dogs." Only by studying Muhammad himself, and hence his psychological profile, can one understand his hatreds, anger, jealousy, pomposity, mendacity, and other unsavory characteristics of his. They are all caused by his pathological narcissism. Muhammad hated all creatures, human or animal, that exhibit happiness, joy, fidelity, love, affection, and loyalty. These are the very attributes of dogs. As we all know by now, he was lacking in all these characteristics. So do his cloned believing followers, the joyless, hate-mongering living dead. That is exactly why fundamentalist Muhammadan Muslims have no dogs as pets, as well as show exactly the same depraved lack of compassion or mercy towards any and all humans who do not follow their creed. That is why believing Muhammadan Muslims would rather die slaughtering unarmed and defenseless civilians. The so-called unbelieving kuffar, for the sake of Allah, fi sabilillah, in expectation of eternal sensual and sexual pleasures in Muhammad's whorehouse version of paradise, than enjoying life on earth. I hope, ladies and gentlemen, that you have noticed that I have quoted to you from Sahih Bukhari, Sahih Muslim, Al-Tirmidhi, Abu Dawood, and Al-Muwatta hadiths, with different narrators, but nonetheless, our Muhammadan adversaries will tell you that this or that hadith is a lie, is weak or unacceptable to Sunni Muhammadan scholars, or to Shi'i ones, or to both. As you have also found out by now, from their comments, their videos and their arguments with you, that they must remain in a permanent state of denial, otherwise they would have to throw away the shackles of their cult belief system or apostatize. I'm sure that by now, you and you alone have the knowledge and the right to determine the veracity or lack thereof in our chapters.
The modern followers of Muhammad, understanding perfectly well the implications of a 53-year-old man having sex with a 9-year-old child, do their worst to either deny or pervert the very Muhammadan records that tell us this sordid story. Please elaborate.
Although we have addressed part of this issue in other earlier chapters, nonetheless it is one of the more sordid episodes in Muhammad's conduct that even modern Muhammadan scholars do their worst to hide. According to tradition, Muhammad married her when she was a child of 6 years of age, and he was 50 years old. So young, in fact, that she brought with her her toys. This evidence alone shows that psychologically and socially she was still an innocent and immature child. He consummated his marriage with her at the age of 9 years, when he was 53 years old. The waiting period of 3 years had to do with the fact that at that time Aisha had contracted a disease, whereby she temporarily lost all her hair. The so-called disease was actually due to the immense shock of a child being handed over to a much older person. Such psychological traumas can and do produce almost instant side effects, such as loss of hair or even hair turning white. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 6.399, narrated by Yusuf bin Mahik. I was in the house of Aisha, the mother of the believers. She said, "This revelation, nay, but the hour is their appointed time, and the hour will be more previous and more bitter," 54.46, was revealed to Muhammad at Mecca while I was a playful little girl. Sahih Bukhari 7.18, narrated by Ursa. The Prophet asked Abu Bakr for Aisha's hand in marriage. Abu Bakr said, "But I am your brother." The Prophet said, "You are my brother in Allah's religion and His book, but she is lawful for me to marry." Abu Bakr was so shocked at Muhammad's proposal to marry his child Aisha of 6 years that he told him, "But I am your brother." This word "but," which in Arabic is innama, brings out the true disbelief of Abu Bakr regarding the request, which of course turned out to be an unchallengeable demand. Abu Bakr's shock alone is evidence that what Muhammad was demanding was against the social norms of even the pagans of 1400 years ago. Since his companions actually believed him as the messenger of Allah, Muhammad was able to fulfill each and every one of his fantasies, lusts and desires. Muhammad was able to receive alleged divine verses, sanctifying them with made-to-order revelations from his accomplice, the ever-obedient and willing Allah. Sahih al-Bukhari 5.234, narrated by Aisha. The Prophet engaged me when I was a girl of 6 years. We went to Medina and stayed at the home of Ben al-Harith bin Khazraj. Then I got ill and my hair fell down. Later on my hair grew again, and my mother Ruman came to me while I was playing in a swing with some of my girlfriends. She called me, and I went to her, not knowing what she wanted to do with me. She caught me by the hand and made me stand at the door of the house. She halted me at the door, and I burst into laughter. I was breathless then, and when my breathing became all right, she took some water and rubbed my face and head with it. Then she took me into the house. There in the house I saw some Ansari women who said, "Best wishes and Allah's blessing and a good luck." Then she entrusted me to them, and they prepared me for the marriage. Unexpectedly, Allah's apostle came to me in the afternoon, and my mother handed me over to him. And at that time I was a girl of 9 years of age. The date of their so-called marriage was circa 621 CE, 1 or 2 years after the Hijrah. It is obvious that he did not consummate his marriage to her earlier because of her illness, an illness that came about due to the shock of the events that were taking place around a little uncomprehending child girl. Sahih Bukhari 9.139, narrated by Aisha. Allah's apostle said to me, You were shown to me twice in my dream before I married you. I saw an angel carrying you in a silken piece of cloth, and I said to him, uncover her, and behold, it was you. I said to myself, if this is from Allah, then it must happen. Muhammad started dreaming of Aisha when she was less than 6 years of age. He wasted no time in fulfilling his desire, in spite of the fact that the object of his lust was a mere child. Is it normal for a man of 50 plus to dream of a union with a baby girl? As usual, Muhammad created a scene in association with the angels and Allah to justify the immoral and the unjustifiable. Sahih Muslim, Book 8, number 3311. Aisha reported that Allah's Apostle married her when she was 7 years old, and she was taken to his house as a bride when she was 9, and her dolls were with her. And when he died, she was 18 years old. The Holy Prophet died when he was 63, so he must have married Aisha when he was 51, and went to her when he was 54. Sahih Bukhari, Volume 5, Book 58, number 245, narrated by Aisha. I never remembered my parents believing in any religion other than the true religion, i.e. Islam. If Aisha was older, i.e. 16 or 18, as some Muslims claim, she would have remembered the religion of her parents prior to becoming Muslims. Sahih al-Bukhari 7.88, narrated by Ursa. The Prophet wrote the marriage contract with Aisha while she was 6 years old, and consummated his marriage with her while she was 9 years old, and she remained with him for 9 years, i.e. till his death. Sahih Bukhari 8.151, narrated by Aisha. I used to play with the dolls in the presence of the Prophet, and my girlfriends who also used to play with me. When Allah's Apostle used to enter my dwelling place, they used to hide themselves, but the Prophet would call them to join and play with me. Fath al-Bari, page 143, volume 13, explains the obvious. The playing with the dolls and similar images is forbidden, but it was allowed for Aisha at that time, as she was a little girl not yet reached the age of puberty. Muhammad was invariably permitted by the ever-obliging Allah to have Allah's rules broken only in his case. Once again, another Muhammadan scholar confirms that Aisha had not then reached puberty. Sunan of Abu Dawood, Hadith 2380, narrated by Aisha. The Prophet used to kiss her and suck her tongue when he was fasting. Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 6182, narrated by Aisha. Gabriel brought a picture of her on a piece of green silk to Allah's Messenger and said, this is your wife in this world and the next. In this hadith, Gabriel brought a picture of Aisha, but not Aisha herself. It seems that Allah found a great deal of time to accommodate and be at the beck and call of Muhammad's personal needs as well as those of his household. None of the Hebrew prophets ever received such minutiae of attention to their personal requirements and comfort, even those with whom he befriended, as Abraham, or talked direct to Moses. Sahih al-Bukhari 1.229, narrated by Aisha. I used to wash the traces of janaba, semen, from the clothes of the Prophet, and he used to go for prayers while traces of water were still on it. Sahih al-Bukhari, volume 7, book 62, number 17, narrated by Jabir bin Abdullah. When I got married, Allah's Apostle said to me, what type of lady have you married? I replied, I have married a matron. He said, why? Don't you have a liking for the virgins and for fondling them? Jabir also said, Allah's Apostle said, why didn't you marry a young girl so that you might play with her and she with you? In the classic history of the life of Muhammad, Sirat Rasulullah, by Ibn Ishaq, page 311, there is an account in which Muhammad expressed a marital interest in a crawling baby. This event seems to have occurred around the time of the Battle of Badr, which would have made Muhammad approximately 55 years old. Suhaili 2.79 in the Riwayah of Yunus. Ibn Ishaq recorded that the Apostle saw her, al-Fadl, when she was a baby crawling before him and said, if she grows up and I am still alive, I will marry her. But he died before she grew up. So Muhammad's interest in young girls extended beyond Aisha. Why would anyone think that Muhammad's sexual interest in babies be the timeless expression of the will of Allah? How does such a prurient desire support Muhammad's claim to be a prophet of Allah? Such a desire by an old man is contrary to nature and it is a perversion against the moral order of Allah's universe. Ladies and gentlemen, so-called believers and unbelievers, be aware that in the Arabic language of Muhammad's time, a single word, nikah, meant having sexual intercourse, marriage, or rape. Since Aisha was 6 years old when she was so-called married to Muhammad, nakahaha, which is way below the age of intelligent consent, and as the ahadith demonstrate, Aisha was his unwilling partner. When he penetrated her at the age of 9, the same word, nakahaha, is used. Yet again, consent was not given. Hence, based entirely upon all the evidence at hand, this is purely a case of rape. Muhammad raped Aisha. As an aside, although Muhammad preferred to have sex with the young Aisha more than any of the other 8 wives, she was not able to conceive. It should be pointed out that he most probably damaged her reproductive system by penetrating her at such a very early age. So-called believers, go to Google and investigate this subject, and you will find to your shock and amazement that the current Muhammadan sources tell you that he married her at the age of 10 to 11 and consummated their marriage at the age 14, 18 or 19. Why pervert the original hadiths and deceive the readers if it was a morally, culturally and biologically acceptable case? Dear listeners, some of you already know that we put up chapter 181 called Aisha, Child Rape, on the 20th of November 2008 about Muhammad's child bride Aisha. Although we were, as usual, only quoting from the Muhammadan sources themselves, YouTube terminated this chapter after only 1 hour on the net. Their excuse was that we had violated their terms and conditions. We would like very much to have a YouTube representative tell all of us how we had done so. They have passed a death sentence on the chapter without a trial. They have acted like all Muhammadan leaders do. No due process of law, no morality, and no justice, especially since we have not broken a single rule of theirs. YouTube seems to be invariably targeting any and all those who are exposing the facts and reality about the cult of Muhammad and Islam. There are hundreds of thousands of racist, hate-mongering and war-mongering videos on YouTube by the followers of Muhammad that are neither touched nor terminated. They are actually aiding and abetting the followers of Muhammad who do their worst to suppress or terrorize any and all those who expose the truth about Muhammad and his Quran, especially since they can never counter our arguments in a free and public debate. Will you please visit our blog http://the-Quran Koran.blogspot.com/ that contains every single one of our chapters, and make your comments and thoughts known there. You can also distribute this chapter any way you can on the net, as long as it is not tampered with in any manner. The subject of Muhammad's child bride Aisha is so sensitive to them that they would do everything in their power to suppress the issue and nip it in the bud. Many of our adversaries are gloating on the internet about the termination of our chapter. Their celebrations are premature as well as stupid, since in fact terminating our chapter is a blessing in disguise, as it proves to our listeners, both so-called believers and unbelievers, how deadly accurate we are in dismantling Muhammad's Quran, term by term, mantra by mantra, ayah by ayah, and surah by surah, turning each and every one into particles of dust to be returned to the desert of Arabia, where they all came from. We have asserted the following before, and would like to repeat it as many times as is necessary. The worst nightmare of Muhammadan Islam is knowledge. That is, knowledge of the Quran, hadiths, Arab and Islamic histories, because it is by divine justice, haqq ilahi, and by divine will, qidra ilahiyya, that the very hadiths that explain the Quran and Muhammad's Sunnah to his followers are the same that completely discredit Muhammad's pretensions to prophethood and the alleged divine origin of the Quran. That is why they must suppress any and all subjects that reveal the facts about this evil cult belief system. As you all know by now, that is exactly why we would not need to tamper with, change or edit their own books, since they are the ones that are the best sources to accomplish our purpose of enlightening an otherwise ignorant humanity, both among the so-called believers and unbelievers. The followers of Muhammad, as usual, must distract or divert the attention of people from the actual subject matter that they can never defend. Let us accept for argument's sake their following unsubstantiated propositions about Aisha as if they were true, and find out if their statements can still hold. That she was in puberty when Muhammad penetrated her. That it was others among his companions who suggested he marry Aisha of 6 years of age. That her father Abu Bakr was not shocked at Muhammad's proposal of marriage. That her father in fact encouraged the marriage and admonished Muhammad for not having penetrated her earlier than 9 years of age. That taking her dolls with her is not an indication of immaturity. Although, as far as we are concerned, all the above arguments are based entirely on desperate wishful thinking and contorted logic, we shall assume them to be correct. We now make the following remarks and questions. In almost all human societies, the female is not thought to be equal to the males, and most certainly not among the Mohammedans. Muhammad asserted that females are deficient in intellect. Muhammad put their karma on the same level as that of a donkey and a dog. Please remember how much Muhammad hated dogs. Muhammad asserted that most of the inhabitants of hell are females who are disobedient to their husbands. That is, they are not as enslaved mentally as they should be. In which human society are females or even males of the ages of 6 years or 9 years considered to be mentally competent to make intelligent, rational, and weighted judgments on anything? If intellectual maturity was at such an early age, why are not young people around the world allowed to vote until the ages of 16, 17, or 18? After all, not a single Mohammedan state asserts such rights to its children in 55 states in the world. In fact, they treat their grown-ups with contempt by depriving them of all possible human freedoms. Nowhere in either the Quran or Hadith is there a single verse mentioning that Aisha was asked for her consent in the first place, nor would it have been of relevance under her circumstances. Nowhere in their books is there any mention that her father or mother asked for her opinion. Just having menstruation does not automatically give Aisha knowledge of the world. Her own hadiths indicate that she had no prior knowledge of what her parents and Muhammad were setting her up for. The fall of her hair was not because of any disease, but because of the shock of being handed over to a stranger of 50 years of age. Based upon all the above, and demolishing the Muhammadan mantra about her puberty by accepting it to be true, Aisha was a victim of her parents and of Muhammad. Furthermore, even if we also accept that Muhammad was not a pedophile, he was nonetheless, by any moral definition, a child molester of the first degree. Ladies and gentlemen, please be aware that any believer in Muhammad and Islam has no choice but to accept Muhammad's sunnah, and hence can never be persuaded through logic or morality to believe otherwise. They are forever trapped by Muhammad in his time warp of 7th century Muhammadan Muslim Arabia. That is why in most Muhammadan countries they force their females in early marriage to older men in emulation of the most perfect man that ever lived, their Muhammad. In summation, no matter how the followers of Muhammad attempt to distort, distract, or contort logic and reality, as they have been doing for 1400 years, one fact remains and cannot be ever changed. The 6-year-old Aisha was not asked for her consent. Without consent and the freedom to choose, Aisha was raped by Muhammad. The night of power, or Laylat al-Qadr, is the night in which the angel Gabriel allegedly revealed himself to Muhammad with the first of the Quranic verses. This night should have become the most important and defining moment in the Muhammadan calendar. This should have obviously been the start of the Islamic calendar instead of the date of the Hijrah, emigration. This was not to be because of the incredible fact that Muhammad, allegedly the most paramount and infallible prophet, actually forgot on which of the nights of the month of Ramadan it occurred. A prophet is supposed, by definition, to be able to foretell the future. Yet Muhammad could not even remember the present and or the recent past. What is even more astounding is the fact that according to Muhammadan tradition, he went running to his wife Khadija to inform her of the revelation, as well as to her venerable but very knowledgeable uncle, Waraqa bin Nawfal. These two witnesses should have been very capable of remembering and asserting the date of the revelation. But for some unexplainable and unfathomable reason, they were not consulted. It is not impossible that this tradition too is only the figment of imagination of the later storytellers who concocted thousands upon thousands of alleged traditions about Muhammad and his deeds. Surah Al-Qadr 97.1. We have indeed revealed this message in the night of power, Laylat al-Qadr, and what will explain to thee what the night of power is. The night of power is better than 1,000 months. Since Allah is asserting the importance of this singular night of revelation, how then could Muhammad forget its date? Neither Allah nor Gabriel made him do so. Could it have been Satan yet again? Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 1.3, narrated by Aisha. The commencement of the divine inspiration to Allah's apostle was in the form of good dreams, which came through like bright daylight, and then the love of seclusion was bestowed upon him. He used to go in seclusion in the cave of Hira, where he used to worship Allah alone continuously for many days before his desire to see his family. He used to take with him the journey food for the stay, and then come back to his wife Khadija to take his food likewise again, till suddenly the truth descended upon him while he was in the cave of Hira. The angel came to him and asked him to read. The Prophet replied, I do not know how to read. The Prophet added, the angel caught me forcibly and pressed me so hard that I could not bear it anymore. He then released me and again asked me to read, and I replied, I do not know how to read. Thereupon he caught me again and pressed me a second time, till I could not bear it any more. He then released me and again asked me to read, but again I replied, I do not know how to read. Thereupon he caught me for the third time and pressed me, and then released me and said, read in the name of your Lord, who has created all that exists, has created man from a clot. Read, and your Lord is the most generous. Then Allah's apostle returned with the inspiration and with his heart beating severely. Then he went to Khadija bint Khawaylid and said, cover me, cover me. They covered him till his fear was over, and after that he told her everything that had happened and said, I fear that something may happen to me. Khadija replied, never. By Allah, Allah will never disgrace you. You keep good relations with your kith and kin, help the poor and the destitute, serve your guests generously, and assist the deserving calamity afflicted ones. Khadija then accompanied him to her cousin Waraqa bin Nawfal bin Asad bin Abdul Uzza, who during the pre-Islamic period became a Christian and used to write the writing with Hebrew letters. He would write from the gospel in Hebrew as much as Allah wished him to write. He was an old man and had lost his sight. Khadija said to Waraqa, listen to the story of your nephew, O my cousin. Waraqa asked, O my nephew, what have you seen? Allah's apostle described whatever he had seen. Waraqa said, this is the same one who keeps the secrets, Angel Gabriel, whom Allah had sent to Moses. I wish I were young and could live up to the time when your people would turn you out. Allah's apostle asked, will they drive me out? Waraqa replied in the affirmative and said, anyone, man, who came with something similar to what you have brought was treated with hostility. And if I should remain alive till the day when you will be turned out, then I would support you strongly. But after a few days, Waraqa died, and the divine inspiration was also paused for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, so-called believers and unbelievers, if this story were true, then Waraqa could not possibly have known much about either Christianity or the Bible. As a Christian, he would have known that Muhammad was a charlatan, since Jesus is the Messiah. Moreover, nowhere in the Torah is there any mention of an angel called Gabriel, nor any other angel revealing anything to Abraham, Jacob, Isaac, or Moses, since all the revelations were direct from God, not Allah. Again, and again, the stories of the hadiths contradict both history and theology as well as each other, but are accepted without any questioning by the brainwashed and indoctrinated followers of Muhammad as true. Jabir bin Abdullah al-Ansari narrated, while talking about the period of pause in Revelation, reporting the speech of the Prophet, "While I was walking, all of a sudden I heard a voice from the sky. I looked up and saw the same angel who had visited me at the cave of Hira sitting on a chair between the sky and the earth. I got afraid of him and came back home and said, 'Wrap me in blankets.' And then Allah revealed the following holy verses of the Quran. 'O you Muhammad, wrapped up in garments, arise and warn the people against Allah's punishment, up to and desert the idols.' 74.1 to 5. After this, the revelation started coming strongly, frequently, and regularly. Why did Gabriel not raise terror in Zachariah or Mary, but only in Muhammad? How do we know that it was not Satan who was addressing Muhammad pretending to be Gabriel? How else can anyone explain the incredible degree of fear that he instilled in Muhammad? How can anyone explain all the errors, mendacities, abnormalities, and the biblical contradictions in the Quran? Can any of his followers explain? Can anyone else explain? Sahih Bukhari 3.240, narrated by Ubadah bin As-Samit. The Prophet came out to inform us about the night of Qadr, but two Muslims were quarreling with each other. So the Prophet said, "I came out to inform you about the night of Qadr, but such and such persons were quarreling. So the news about it had been taken away. Yet that might be for your own good. So search for it on the 29th, 27th, and 25th of Ramadan." Sahih al-Bukhari 3.252, narrated by Abu Salama bin Abdul Rahman. I asked Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, "Did you hear Allah's Apostle talking about the night of Qadr?" He replied in the affirmative and said, "Allah's Apostle delivered a sermon on the 25th of Ramadan and said, 'I was informed of the date of the night of Qadr in my dream, but had forgotten it. So look for it in the odd nights of the last 10 nights of the month of Ramadan.'" Sahih al-Bukhari 6.479, narrated by Aisha. The commencement of the divine inspiration to Allah's Apostle was in the form of true dreams. The angel came to him and said, "Read in the name of your Lord, who has created all that exists, has created man a clot. Read, and your Lord is most generous." Aisha asserts that Muhammad's meeting with Gabriel was not physical, but spiritual in dreams. Which version is the correct one, if any? Sahih al-Bukhari 9.120, narrated by Ibn Umar. Some people were shown the night of Qadr as being in the last 7 days of the month of Ramadan. The Prophet said, "Seek it in the last 7 days of Ramadan." Sahih Muslim Hadith 2631, narrated by Abdullah ibn Unais. Allah's Messenger said, "I was shown Laylatul Qadr, then I was made to forget it." Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 98, narrated by Abu Hurairah. Allah's Messenger came to us as we had been arguing with each other about the divine decree, Al-Qadr. He was so annoyed that his face became as red as if there had been squeezed on his cheeks the flesh of pomegranates. He said, "Is this what you have been commanded to do? Is this with which I have been sent to you? Those who had gone before you were destroyed as they disputed about it. I adjure you not to fall into argumentation in regard to it." Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 2092, narrated by Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr heard Allah's Messenger say, "Seek it," meaning Laylatul Qadr, on the 21st, 23rd, 25th, 27th, or on the last night. Al-Muwatta Hadith 19.14, Laylatul Qadr. Ziyad related to me from Malik from Humayd al-Tawil that Anas ibn Malik said, "The Messenger of Allah came out to us in Ramadan and said, 'I was shown a certain night in Ramadan, and then 2 men abused each other, and it was taken away. Look for it on the 9th and the 7th and the 5th. How is it possible for a prophet who by definition could foretell the future, yet could not remember the recent most astounding event in his life? It is like a man or a woman forgetting the date on which their firstborn was delivered. These are very strange and extremely disturbing stories, since they reflect very badly upon the veracity and authenticity of most of the hadiths and the Quran. They show Muhammad in a very bad light as an undependable reporter of events. We have deliberately recited numerous traditions by different collectors and from the memories of different people, so that no one can accuse us of being selective, all of them being in disharmony and contradiction of the same event. Nonetheless, we shall read a lot of denials from his followers in a desperate bid to try and disprove everything we are revealing.
Will you compare the characteristics of the Bible with that of the Quran?
Ladies and gentlemen, please remember that the paths to the Almighty are infinite and are equally valid to the believers, and that not one single belief system has the right to force others to convert to it. Each believer should have the freedom to think that hers is the best and most logical belief system in the world, but nonetheless, this does not give such an individual or group the right to impose his, her, or their beliefs upon others. They have every right to try to explain, evangelize, and persuade others through dialogue and argument to believe in the same, but never the right to subjugate or terrorize others into it. If humans were able to live and let live, peace would reign upon the earth. Unfortunately, this is not the case. We have in several of our chapters addressed the enormous, unambiguous, and ungodly contradictions between the Quranic versions of the biblical stories in contrast to their originals in the Bible. The aim of this chapter is to evaluate the Hebrew Bible, the New Testament, and the Quran as scriptures. We shall compare and contrast their structure and their contents to find themes, similarities, and/or contradictions, and to come to conclusions based upon the study and research involved. It is first and foremost only in the Bible of all of the world's belief systems that the brotherhood of mankind is asserted through the parenthood of one father, Adam, and one mother, Eve. The story of the creation of Adam and Eve is not described in the Quran, that erroneously asserts that Adam, like Jesus, was created by the word of Allah saying, "Be," instead of the biblical original, wherein God breathed life into the nostrils of the figure of Adam. Al-Imran 3.59. This similitude of Jesus before Allah is as that of Adam. He created him from dust, then said to him, "Be," and he was. Although the world religions are categorized into two major groupings, the pagan, polytheistic, and the monotheistic, each division has deeper and lighter shades of beliefs within each grouping. The majority of all original religions fall in the category of polytheism, such as the religions of Egypt, Greece, Rome, Babylonia, India, etc. Buddhism and Zoroastrianism exhibit a path between the two groupings. The monotheistic beliefs are based on the scriptures of the Hebrew Bible, the New Testament, and the Quran. Of all the beliefs mentioned above, it is obvious that the scripture of the Quran, its structure, composition, content, and especially its message, is the only odd one out. It is the only scripture which arrogates such immense superiority for itself that it incites and exhorts its followers to fight unto the death, submission or conversion of all other human beings all over the world who do not believe in Allah and His Messenger Muhammad. All this is done based upon the sanctity of its alleged revealed verses. According to the historical records, almost all pagan beliefs exhibit original thought based upon a plethora of gods and goddesses interacting with each other and with humanity, both spiritually and physically. The concept of the one and only God that was perceived and elaborated by the Israelites was utterly unique among the pantheons of gods and goddesses of the pagans. The God of Israel is one God, omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. Not even Akhenaten's sun disk can be compared to it as being monotheistic, since it was still a pagan representation, the disk of the sun, not an unseen and an infinite divine entity. The Hebrew Bible and the New Testament are written in a historical, time and place format with a beginning, a middle, and an ending. The stories flow effortlessly and are easily understood. Each verse follows meaningfully the one before, and so do the chapters. The characters within have backgrounds, places and dates, births and death. The subjects being discussed are alive both physically and spiritually, as well as having personalities that are recorded in the histories of other contemporaries giving the readers a relatively detailed and fully understood storyline, well delineated in time and place. The Hebrew Bible's uniqueness resides in the fact that it is literally a record of the historical relationship between a particular people, the people of Israel, and the one and only God that chose them to be a holy people. It is set in a specific area of the world and in a designated territory. The books of the prophets describe conditions pertaining to different periods of the history of the Jews, during which certain men took it upon themselves to act as warners to their people and their leadership to bring them back to righteousness and justice. None of them was looking for power, self-interest, or were megalomaniacs. They were simple and ordinary men who attacked what they perceived to be corrupt and unjust establishments in the name of a just God, at great risk to themselves, but felt bound and compelled to do so for the sake of their people and their nation. All they demanded was that justice, and only justice, should be the rule of law. Anyone reading the above books in any language from any part of the earth can understand their contents and can empathize with and relate to the characters within. One does not have to be a linguist to comprehend them. They are all real three-dimensional beings who leap out at the reader from their pages. It is very important to point out that in the cases of the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament, historians, linguists, and theologians have been investigating them, analyzing them, and commenting on them, in some cases reverently and in others with serious and negative criticism for a very long time. Although they are holy books, they have not been forever held with so much awe and reverence as to be beyond intellectual and rational investigation. The same cannot be said about the Quran, since it has been given such a level of holiness that for the last 1400 years, except in very few instances, it has been beyond critical analysis and commentary, especially by its followers. Its message is full of hate and loathing towards all of Muhammad's perceived enemies. Allah is shown to be a vengeful, merciless, and deceitful God, minutely interested in Muhammad's personal, political, and earthly needs. In the 19th and 20th centuries, it was the Europeans who started studying the Quran, the Ahadith, Arab and Islamic histories in the Arabic language, as well as using the results of archaeology to come to conclusions not based on faith, but on logic and facts. There are more investigations and critical analysis being conducted on the above as we speak, because of the changing reality of the world affairs of today, which is forcing people to delve more into their historicity, their veracity, and their validity. Muhammad is actually the nexus of the Quran's message, while Allah acts as the prop and his divine spokesperson. According to all the available records, Islamic and others, regarding the history of Arabia before, during, and after Muhammad, they show that the Quran was born because of the influences upon Muhammad from the surrounding monotheistic traditions of the Jews and Christians in the Arabian Peninsula, without which it would not have existed. They so inspired Muhammad that he wanted to give his pagan Arabian tribes a scripture similar to that of the people of the book, which he originally admired immensely. The narrative of the Quran exhibits two distinct periods of revelations. While Muhammad was in Mecca for the first 13 years of his preaching, the verses of the Quran were very conciliatory towards and admiring of the people of the book. The verses were similar in tone, rhythm, intensity, and manner of admonition to those exhibited by the Hebrew prophets. He acted literally as a warner to his tribe to believe in the one and only Allah, or face eternal damnation in the fires of hell. Unfortunately, as subsequent history proved, the conciliatory words only reflected the fact that Muhammad had a very small following while facing the wrath and anger of his Quraysh tribe, whose religion and traditions he was continually offending and assaulting. The tone of the revelations changed dramatically the moment he left to Medina away from the power of the Quraysh, starting with the sword verse, Al-Tawbah 9.05, declaring war against all so-called unbelievers. After spending the first 18 months in Medina, during which time the Judaized Arabs of that city refused, for obvious reasons, to accept him as the messenger of Allah, The revelatory verses became hate-mongering as well as war-mongering against the people of the book in particular. The Quran, unlike the Bible and the New Testament, represents a unique type of scripture because it has no beginning, no middle, and no ending, neither in its book form nor in its chapters. The chapters of the Quran are put down not in an evolutionary historical timeline, but based upon the descending order of the verses, but even this is not done properly. The stories within a chapter are jumbled up historically, chronologically, and theologically. There is no flow, no rhythm, and no rhyme in the events being described. Many of its verses are repetitive, reappearing all over the chapters. The storyline is always the same. A prophet comes to his people, he warns them about their unbelief, they mock him, they are invariably destroyed by Allah. Without a shadow of a doubt, even the greatest authority on the Arabic language cannot comprehend the characters or the stories of the Quran if he had never read the Hebrew Bible and or the New Testament, because most of the personalities mentioned in the Quran are bereft of any background explaining their existence. They are two-dimensional characters without vitality and totally insipid. Many of the most important biblical names appear all of a sudden in a verse in the Quran without any introduction or elaboration, such as Adam, Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, David, Solomon, Job, and Jesus, to name just a few. It is as if the Quran was being recited to people who already knew the background of these personalities. The stories in the Quran jump from one character and time period to a completely different and unrelated another character and time period within a few verses from each other. The Quran has absolutely no concept of time or space. It can be discussing Abraham in the early verses of a surah, and then all of a sudden the reader is transported to the time of Moses or Job or David or Jesus without a hint that they are unrelated to the subject at hand. The Quran has complete disregard for history and historicity, since it mixes up biblical and New Testament stories, their times, their names and characters, and yet claims that it is divinely inspired through the agency of the angel Gabriel, transmitting it to Muhammad through Allah's revelations. To add insult to injury, and with a remarkable degree of disdain for veracity and authenticity, the Quran implies that its version of events is the correct one, while those of the Bible, older by 2,100 years, and the New Testament, older by 640 years, are not. It is the only holy book that the writer knows of that insults and denigrates and attacks the very books upon which and from which its stories are made up, as well as every other religion on the planet that does not believe in Allah and Muhammad as his messenger. The shocking number of discrepancies between the original versions of events as handed down to humanity in the Bible and their different versions in the Quran had to be explained away by the Muhammadan exegetes. They sincerely believed that the Quran is the word of Allah and hence cannot possibly be in error. But at the same time, they could not explain these variations away in a logical and sensible manner. Some of them concluded arbitrarily out of hand, with utter contempt to logic or reality, and without recourse to documentary or intellectual arguments, that all the previous revelations must have been corrupted or altered to deny Muhammad and his Quran their rightful position as prophet and as divine revelations. The Judeo-Christian tradition reveres the concepts and the precepts of the text of the Bible, but not the physical book itself, unlike the followers of Muhammad, whom we witness on television, who reverence the physical book of the Quran and treat it and its contents as the word of Allah, unalterable, eternal, and all-knowing. The Quran repeatedly asserts that Muhammad was only concluding previous revelations and that he was not bringing about a new religion. The concept of Islam has been deliberately misrepresented by the followers of Muhammad to suit their own political and sectarian agendas, especially since Muhammad neither discovered nor created this concept, because it was actually the concept of Islam, the belief in the one and only God, as practiced by the Jews of Arabia, that inspired the pagan Muhammad to create a scripture for his people in the first place. Muhammadan Islam is the cult of Muhammad, especially since his followers are mandated to emulate his Quran and his Sunnah. That is, to follow his deeds, thoughts, actions and sayings as representative of the most perfect man that has ever lived on this earth. In today's political correctness infested societies, to face facts and truth eyeball to eyeball is not acceptable. To believe and mention that some people are not equal intellectually or physically or otherwise to others is definitely forbidden. People have to weigh every word or sentence so that no other's feelings would be hurt. Unfortunately, this culture of political correctness seems to be a very one-sided affair, as it is blatantly clear that the followers of Muhammad have not been made aware of this new and debilitating concept, because they attack in clear and unambiguous language in print, on radio, on television, and on the internet the beliefs, the holy books, and the religions of all those who do not believe as they do in Allah and Muhammad as his messenger. That is, all Christians, all Buddhists, all Hindus, all animists, all Jews, as well as all those Muhammadan sects who follow different paths, almost 80% of humanity. Before writing any essays, writers or authors are warned about plagiarism. According to our research, the Quran does not contain a single new, practical and spiritual idea, concept, thought or precept that in any way, shape or form is equal to or superior to anything that the Quran itself has plagiarized, plundered, pirated and or perverted from the Bible, from Zoroastrian religion, from pagan Arabian religion, their scriptures, their traditions and their fetishes. Not one single such operative and applicable new verse exists. The Quran asserts that Allah allows abrogation, that Allah negates, replaces or dismisses earlier instructions with the newer ones. It is the only scripture in which its God, Allah, is shown not to be omniscient, a supreme God who does not know his creatures well enough, requiring him to change his mind and instructions repeatedly. There are thus 71 out of 114 surahs in the Quran that contain abrogating and or abrogated verses. Not once in the Bible does the God of Israel change his ordinance for an equal or a better one, but they occur in 62.28% of the verses of the Quran. Hence, although the Quran is holy scripture for over 1 billion people, it nonetheless contains no decent original spiritual or religious precepts or traditions that belong to it in pure form. There is neither salvation nor redemption for its followers, except in promises of booty, plunder and rapine if the followers survive jihad, holy war, and if not, the rewards in the afterlife are eternal carnal and sensual pleasures in Muhammad's physical version of paradise. That is, the dead, murderous jihadists will be rewarded in the afterlife what they are forbidden to have in life on earth. Drinking wine, singing, music, dancing, painting or sculpting human or animal forms, gambling, wearing gold or silk, playing chess, having sex among unmarried, consenting adults, reading and exploring the beliefs of others, etc., etc. It is then not a great wonder that many male believers would look forward to eternal sex with the promised 72 virgins mass-produced in Muhammad's paradise for the dead jihadists. The Quran is the only holy scripture that mandates its followers, by divine sanction, to forcibly convert, subjugate, or slaughter all unbelievers anywhere and everywhere in the world. These are not the attributes of a religion, but are most certainly the attributes of a cult. The cult of Muhammad, since the two pillars upon which Muhammadan Islam is erected are his Quran and his Sunnah. In conclusion, comparing the Quran to the Bible is like comparing the reflected light of the moon to the original light of the sun. Dear listeners, ladies and gentlemen, peace-loving Muhammadan Muslims targeted, as usual, unarmed, unsuspecting, and defenseless civilians in Mumbai, India. The world has already witnessed the mass slaughter of other defenseless civilians by the invariably cowardly followers of Muhammad. Bali, Indonesia. Twin Towers, USA. London, England. Madrid, Spain. Nairobi, Kenya, etc., etc. The sickening list can be recited forever. The terrorists are conducting their butchery in the names of Allah and Islam. So-called believers and unbelievers, please be aware that while the cartoons about Muhammad elicited mass protests, burnings, killings, and kidnappings in many countries of the Mohammedans as well as in the West, not once have the same alleged peace-loving, law-abiding followers of Muhammad shown their disgust or revulsion at any of the above mass murders committed in the name of their God Allah and in the name of their belief, Islam. Their silence, especially in the Western democracies, where they instantly demonstrated about the cartoons with incredible venom and viciousness, is so complete it is deafening. Their silence speaks volumes about their lack of loyalty to the countries and peoples that harbor them, protect them, and feed them. As Muhammad said, silence means consent. Please remember and watch the videos of the enormous degree of joy and celebrations exhibited by the followers of Muhammad at the carnage of 9/11. They call themselves Al-Umm al-Islamiyya, that is, the Islamic people. This expression transcends race, color, or nationality, because it is based entirely upon the belief of these peoples in Allah and in Muhammad as his messenger. They consider any attack on any of them is an attack upon all of them. If belief is the foundation of the brotherhood of the Mohammedans, why are we so-called unbelievers so stupid as not to apply the same measure of logic to ourselves? Why should not any attack on any Christians be an attack on all Christians? After all, Christians also constitute one ummah, as the believers in Jesus as the Messiah. Why not the same be applied to all Hindus, all Buddhists, etc.? Why only to the followers of Muhammad? Why not, better still, consider any attack on any so-called unbelievers anywhere in the world as constituting an attack on all unbelievers? Why do our governments not act in concert with others to punish, if not eradicate, the sources that produce these cowardly and spineless mass murderers? We have amply demonstrated in our chapters that the source of the disease of Muhammadan Islam is a virulent virus called the Quran. This virus attacks the brain of the infected persons and eats away like an acid the cells that deal with logic, mercy, and compassion, turning the host into a hate-mongering, war-mongering, racist, and unthinking zombie, the perfect clones of Muhammad's pathological narcissism. This virus is propagated by the mullahs and educators of Muhammadan Islam in their mosques, in their media, in their educational system, every day of the year, and especially during Friday sermons. Although the world has visual access to all of what I am saying at the click of a mouse, in tens of millions of videos showing these mullahs, the terrorists, and all their depravities in action, people are so mesmerized that they are utterly oblivious to the dangers observed, as if watching a cobra dance before it strikes its unreacting victim. Please remember that the acts of terror conducted in all the above countries were perpetrated, orchestrated, and or performed by followers of Muhammad, who are citizens of the countries against which they committed these crimes. Loyalty by the followers of Muhammad is forbidden by the Quran to any state belonging to the unbelievers. The Quran contains 109 verses that call Muhammadans to war with non-believers. Some are quite graphic, with commands to chop off hands, heads, and fingers, and kill the infidels wherever they may be hiding. Muhammadans who do not join the fight are called hypocrites, and warn that Allah will send them to hell if they do not join the slaughter. These verses are mostly open-ended, meaning that they are not embedded within historical context, in contrast to nearly all the biblical verses of violence. They are part of the eternal, unalterable Word of Allah, and just as relevant or subjective as anything else in the Quran. There are, unfortunately, very few verses of tolerance and peace to override or even balance out the many that call for non-believers to be fought and subdued until they either accept humiliation, convert to Muhammadan Islam, or are slaughtered. This proclivity towards violence and Muhammad's own merciless traditions have resulted in a trail of blood and bodies of millions of human beings across world history. Every single one of the following verses are addressing the so-called unbelievers and or disbelievers as the ones to be forcibly converted, subjugated, humiliated, or exterminated. Al-Baqarah 2.191. And slay them wherever you catch them, and turn them out from where they have turned you out. For tumult and oppression of Muslims are worse than slaughter of unbelievers. Al-Imran 3.151. Soon shall we cast terror into the hearts of the unbelievers, for that they joined companions with Allah, for which He had sent no authority. Their abode will be the fire, and evil is the home of the wrongdoers. The unbelievers in this case are also the Christians, since the concept of the Trinity is kufr. Al-Nisa 4.74. Let those fight in the cause of Allah who sell the life of this world for the hereafter. To him who fighteth in the cause of Allah, whether he is slain or gets victory, soon shall we give him a reward of great value. Those who believe fight in the cause of Allah, and those who reject faith fight in the cause of evil. So fight ye against the friends of Satan. Feeble indeed is the cunning of Satan. Nowhere in all the verses of the Quran or Hadith that struggle in the cause of Allah, jihad, represent a spiritual one. In every single verse, it is an act of war against all the human beings who do not believe in Allah and Muhammad as his messenger. An-Nisa 4.89. But take no friends from their ranks until they flee in the way of Allah. But if they turn renegades, seize them and slay them wherever you find them. And in any case, take no friends or helpers from their ranks. It is crystal clear that the followers of Muhammad are forbidden of being friends with unbelievers, and hence they cannot ever be loyal to the unbelievers' states that harbor, protect, and nourish them. It is the ultimate act of treason or treachery. An-Nisa 5.33. The punishment of those who wage war against Allah and His Apostle and strive with might and main for mischief through the land is execution or crucifixion, of the cutting off of hands and feet from opposite sides, or exile from the land. We have repeatedly shown that it was always Muhammad who ambushed, waylaid, and aggressed against all those whom he perceived as his enemies. Hence this verse applies to all pagans, Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, Jews, animists, etc., 80% of the humanity. Al-Anfal 8.12. I shall instill terror into the hearts of the unbelievers. Smite ye above their necks, and smite all their fingertips off them. 39. And fight them, unbelievers, on until there is no more tumult or oppression, and there prevail justice and faith in Allah altogether and everywhere. This is another clear and unambiguous verse indicating that the whole of humanity has to submit to one belief system, Muhammadan Islam. Al-Tawbah 9.5. But when the forbidden months are past, then fight and slay the pagans wherever you find them, and seize them, beleaguer them, and lie in wait for them in every stratagem of war. Fight those who believe not in Allah nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which has been forbidden by Allah and His Apostle, nor acknowledge the religion of truth, Islam, even if they are of the people of the book, Christians and Jews, until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves humiliated. Even the people of the book, Christians and Jews, have to submit in humiliation to the will of the followers of Muhammad when the Muhammadans conquer their lands. This verse is not constrained to the Arabian Peninsula only, but is open-ended and global. Al-Tawbah 9.123. O ye who believe, fight the unbelievers, kuffar, who are near to you, and let them find hardness in you. Muhammad 47.4. When you meet the unbelievers, kuffar, smite at their necks. When you have thoroughly subdued them, bind your captives firmly. Al-Ma'idah 5.51. O ye who believe, Take not the Jews and Christians for your friends and protectors. They are but friends and protectors to each other. And he amongst you that turns to them for friendship is of them. Verily, Allah guideth not a people unjust. Since Jews and Christians, as well as any and all other unbelievers, cannot be accepted as friends or rulers of the followers of Muhammad, then the Muhammadans who live amongst us in our democracies are doing so under duress until such time as they become a majority or are able to overthrow our system and replace it with the Sharia law. This makes the followers of Muhammad sleeping, treacherous agents who are deliberately and knowingly using our democracies to undermine our way of life until they achieve their agenda of Islamizing us. And last but not least, the icing on the cake verse. Al-Imran 3.85. If anyone desires a religion other than Islam, submission to Allah, never will it be accepted of him. I can recite at least another 70 verses from the Quran and Hadith of similar theme, but I'm sure the above are enough to demonstrate the peace-loving, merciful, and compassionate characteristics of the Quran and Muhammadan Islam. Now, let us look at the fundamental reasons that turn the followers of Muhammad, especially the males, into hate-mongering, war-mongering, and racist creatures whose contorted and angry faces we watch with horror and disgust, filling our TV screens daily from almost every country in the world, whether it is Muhammadan or not. What I am about to share with you is not rocket science, nor does it need a psychologist to come to the same conclusions. All we need to do is use simple, everyday logic. The items that forbid the followers of Muhammad of enjoying a good and happy life on earth are found mostly in the hadiths of Muhammad's Sunnah, while the promises of eternal, carnal, and sensual pleasures for the jihadis dying in the process of slaughtering unarmed, so-called unbeliever civilians are found in hundreds upon hundreds of verses in the Quran. Between the promises of the Quran and the prohibitions of Muhammad's Sunnah, the fundamentalist male Muhammadan believers are turned into demonic killing machines, looking forward to die in the cause of their God Allah, to get their rewards in Muhammad's whorehouse version of paradise. Dear listeners, please be aware that no rewards are promised to the female believers of Muhammadan Islam in death, except maybe as playmates of the dead jihadists. Unfortunately for them, both the Quran and Hadith instruct the female followers of Muhammad to be groveling and obedient servants of their male masters, especially their husbands, who can beat them, forbid them from associating with others, to have sex with him whenever and however he wills, to cover their bodies as if they were genitals exciting other males, etc., etc. The hadiths especially demonstrate Muhammad's contempt for the females of the human species, especially since he compares them to dogs and donkeys, and who are lacking in intelligence and spirituality. As we have demonstrated in other chapters of ours, the Quran forbids even the unmarried, consenting adult followers of Muhammad from having sex, upon pain of flogging that was overturned later by Muhammad's Sunnah into death by stoning. Muhammad forbade his followers of the following worldly pleasures: drinking wine, gambling, wearing gold, wearing silk, playing musical instruments, dancing, singing, painting and sculpting human or animal forms, poetry, playing chess, reading the scriptures of other belief systems, having any so-called unbelievers as friends or associates, etc., etc. Ladies and gentlemen, so-called believers and unbelievers, please ponder deeply and fairly for a few hours upon the above prohibitions and or promises if applied to any of you, and reflect upon what mental state you would have if applied during your lifetime as you are growing up into adulthood. Be honest with yourself. We have absolutely no doubt whatsoever how the human end product would behave. The absolute majority of the females of Muhammadan Islam grow up uneducated, oppressed, terrorized, beaten, humiliated and unloved creatures who pass their ignorance and twisted psychological profile to the next generation of males and females. As for the males, They grow up despising their female counterpart as inferiors to them, who must only follow their dictates. Again, there is neither love nor respect, since they see how their fathers and brothers treat the females and others. The chain reaction of twisted and contorted psychologies continues throughout the generations. Any humans undergoing such lack of joys and pleasures, being constantly under the threat of eternal damnation in Allah's hell if they break away from them, will produce unloving, unhappy, ignorant, indolent, oppressive, aggressive, hate-mongering, war-mongering, and racist creatures. They are, after all, looking to escape the unhappiness and joylessness imposed upon them in real life on earth, and hence are anticipating their promised eternal, carnal, and sensual pleasures in an afterlife with the 72 virgin female companions. I believe that if any of us were to actually accept these promises and rewards as an irrefutable fact, many males amongst us would rather prefer to die than to live such an unhappy, miserable, and joyless life. Muhammad thus created the most diabolical weapon of war that could ever be conceived, the human suicide-killing machine. As we have shown in our chapters, his mostly illiterate, superstitious, and ignorant followers were eager and willing to die for his cause in expectation of his unsubstantiated and uncorroborated promised rewards, because they actually believed his claims to being the messenger of Allah. It should then be not a great surprise as to why the fundamentalist followers of Muhammad commit their atrocities with such a degree of pathological and depraved indifference to mercy or compassion in expectation of immense rewards in death. Because of Mumbai's mass murder by Mohammedan Muslim jihadists, we put up chapter 187 A and B, explaining in detail why such horrendous acts are committed by Mohammedans against the very nations and peoples that harbor them and give them freedom and protection. These are acts of treachery and treason of the first degree, and their co-believers, the so-called silent Mohammedans, do so not out of fear, but because they agree with the end result of these acts, which is to terrorize peoples into submission to the will of the followers of Muhammad, thus instituting Sharia law instead of democracy. No one can contradict our statements, since the followers of Muhammad declare these their very intentions daily and publicly to all of us. Nothing about these aims is secret. In this chapter, we shall address the fact that the followers of Muhammad live a culture of denial, no matter what nationality, race, color, or ethnicity they belong to. It makes no difference whether they are Arab, Bosnian, Palestinian, Sudani, Saudi, Pakistani, or any of the other followers of Muhammad. All of them believe totally in conspiracy theories against Mohammedans, that they are the victims of aggression by the imperialist West, or the Hindus, or the Zionist Jews, or satanic USA or Russia, or crusading Christianity, or pagan Buddhism, etc., etc. Never will they admit fault or error of any kind, nor do they believe for an instant that they have to apologize to anyone about anything done in the names of Allah or Islam. Although they see with their own eyes the same that all of us also watch with horror, what their fellow cowardly Mohammedan terrorists are doing in almost every continent on earth, they will give the excuse that they are actually defending themselves or Islam against aggression. As you, our listeners, already know from bitter experience, no matter how many chapters and verses we recite to them from their Quran and Hadith, showing them the hate-mongering, war-mongering, and racist ones that fill the pages of their scripture, they will still deny any and all of them out of hand without ever once disproving our references or our quotes. This culture of total denial of facts or reality is necessary for them to keep their beliefs intact. Otherwise, they would have to apostatize en masse. As perfect psychological clones of Muhammad, they project upon their victims exactly what they themselves are intending to do. I shall try to enumerate these items in a chronological manner as much as possible, and would like to remind you once again that all the information that we have about Muhammad and the pagan Arabs are the one-sided and unsubstantiated records handed to us by his followers. We have absolutely nothing from his victims, the pagan Arabs, the Judaized or Christian Arabs. It was Muhammad in the first place who attacked, insulted and denigrated the religion and traditions of his tribe of Quraysh, forcing them to retaliate without killing him. It is not true that the pagan Arabs did not know who Allah was. In their religion, centuries before Muhammad, after all, Allah was the name of the supreme God of all the other 360 rock gods. Muhammad's only issue with them was that they associated other gods and goddesses with Allah. Just before he escaped from Mecca to Medina, he declared unilaterally eternal war against all so-called unbelievers and disbelievers unless and until they converted, submitted in humiliation, or were exterminated. This is jihad, holy war, which preceded the Crusades by about 400 years. To do his bidding without ever questioning his orders, he promised his followers unlimited carnal and sensual pleasures in death, in his whorehouse version of paradise. He actually made unverifiable promises that only Allah, if Allah were God, has the privilege of endowing. It was Muhammad who started the systematic looting, enslaving and slaughtering of the Arabian tribes because they did not believe him as the messenger of Allah, and to gain loot to finance and bribe his piratical followers and others. Even according to the records of Muhammadan Islam, not one of them was planning to attack him. Every time he wanted to plunder, enslave, or destroy any of the Judaized Arabian tribes, he declared that Allah conveniently revealed to him that they were intending to betray him. This was his methodology of projective identification, that is, blaming his victims with the exact intentions he was harboring for them. His modern clones are doing the same. Whenever a poet or an Arabian leader opposed or satirized him, he declared them enemies of Allah and ordered their murder irrespective if they were male or female, old or young, free or slave, of the people of the book or not. They were invariably murdered by people whom they knew and trusted, but betrayed them for Muhammad's sake. Each and every one of them was butchered while unarmed and defenseless by the assassins of Muhammad, who later gloated in poems of their own courage. It was Muhammad who overturned centuries-old traditions of the Arabs whenever he lusted after women by his usual made-to-order revelations, changing them forever. He conveniently created the verses of the Quran as he went along, each of which was revealed after an event or deed he committed, justifying and sanctifying each and every which one with the help of Allah, his ever-ready accomplice mouthpiece. Not only did Muhammad rob the people of the book and pagan Arabs of their wealth, their freedom, their dignity and their lives, to add insult to injury, he plagiarized, plundered, pirated and or perverted their beliefs, their scriptures, their traditions and their fetishes, and claimed them to be his. He robbed the people of the book of their leaders, prophets, their kings and their history, and distorted them to his version of Islam. As a consummate evil pirate, he left nothing of value that he did not steal and contort into his own satanic image. It was Muhammad who broke all treaties and promises he ever made the moment it did not suit him to keep. His modern followers do exactly the same all over the world. Just before he died, he left his followers the most unbending and unalterable demonic legacy ever concocted by the human mind, his Quran and his Sunnah. He thus chained and shackled his followers to his pathologically narcissistic state of mind, forever mired in the time warp of Muhammad's 7th century Arabia. That is why millions of conquered and subjugated peoples of non-Arabic backgrounds, from Iraq, Syria and Iran, to Afghanistan, Pakistan and Uzbekistan, as well as from Egypt, Algeria and Mauritania, to Chad and Kenya, with followings from Turkey and Albania to Chechnya, have actually been Arabized. They pray to an Arabian god called Allah. They believe in an alleged Arabian prophet called Muhammad, or an Arabian leader called Ali. They pray towards a pagan Arabian shrine called the Kaaba. They follow the writing and reading of the language of the Arabs. They wear the clothing of the Arabs. They follow the contempt and subjugation of their females in the same manner as Muhammad, etc., etc. In short, millions of African blacks, the people most plundered, slaughtered and enslaved in their history by the Muhammadan Arabs, have become fanatical followers of Muhammadan Islam. The same can be said about the Persians and the peoples of Sind, Central Asia, North and Saharan Africa. The greatest tragedy of all is the fact that all these peoples have had their histories and traditions so completely eradicated and obliterated by the Arabian conquerors to such a degree that they are willing to destroy any and all the monuments and heritage of their forefathers in the names of Allah and Muhammad, the very same who terminated their civilizations in the first place. The Arabs made sure that the histories of the conquered peoples start only from the moment of their Arabization under the banner of Muhammadan Islam. Hence, the most complete, most oppressive, and longest-lasting imperialism in the history of humanity is that of the Arabs, which started in 635 AD and continues almost 1400 years later unto today. How many followers of Muhammad, as well as from our listeners, know that Egyptians, Algerians, Libyans, Tunisians, Moroccans, Sudanese, Somalis, etc. are not Arabs, but Africans? That they are racially and culturally not Semitic? That they have been Arabized through terror, indoctrination, and subjugation? How is it conceivable that a few thousand conquering Arabs became a majority in the lands of millions of peoples that they subjugated? It was all done through the most onerous and financially debilitating jizya tax that was imposed upon the enslaved peoples in their own lands by the Arabian occupiers. Ladies and gentlemen, the Crusades were in response to Muhammadan jihadi aggression against Christian pilgrims to the Holy Land and not the other way around. Jihad was started by Muhammad 400 years earlier. It was the followers of Muhammad who only 3 years after his death embarked upon the fastest, largest, and most oppressive imperialism the world had ever witnessed until then. In 100 years, the Arabs conquered, occupied, subjugated, terrorized, and enslaved tens of millions of peoples on 3 continents, not one of which had attacked the Arabs in their land in the first place. But the Muhammadans claim these were all in self-defense. They converted the holy shrines, cathedrals, churches, and temples of the Christians, Jews, Zoroastrians, Hindus, and Buddhists into mosques without once in this 21st century returning any of them to their rightful people. They used the knowledge in all branches of human endeavor, those of the Greeks, Romans, Hebrews, Persians, Indians, Chinese, and others, that were interpreted to Arabic by mostly Christians and Jews of the empire, to build what they call the Islamic civilization and sciences, as if they actually were the ones who invented them all, by willfully ignoring the sources of their knowledge unto this day. It was so-called Western imperialism that liberated the peoples of the Middle East and North Africa from the oppressive yoke of 500 years of the Ottoman Turks. This so-called imperialism lasted less than 100 years. It was Western imperialism that revived the history and culture of the Arabs and Africa through literary and archaeological research performed and conducted by Europeans without a single contribution on the part of the Arabs or the Mohammedans. It was Western imperialism that brought the Arabs and Mohammedans into the 20th century with electricity, running water, rail, roads, hospitals, education, constitutions, the foundations of democracy, archaeology, etc., etc. What did uncivilized and illiterate Arab imperialism bring to the conquered peoples besides subjugation, plunder, and taxation? The answer is obviously nothing, 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 since they had absolutely nothing of value to offer in the first place. While the Christians and the West regret their imperialism and the Crusades, the Arabs and the followers of Muhammad actually gloat and revel at their conquest and slaughter and have never regretted anything. While the so-called imperialist West have no further claims to any of the lands they had conquered in Asia and Africa, the Arabs still claim their rights to every single square mile of any and all the lands that they had subjugated, from Iraq, Syria and Israel to Egypt, North Africa and Spain, from Persia to India and China. We witness daily the 90% acts of terror committed by the followers of Muhammad and the Arabs all over the world against not only so-called unbelievers, but also other believing sects of Mohammedan Islam. They only attack in the most cowardly manner unarmed and unsuspecting civilian targets, just as Muhammad did 1400 years ago. But they claim they are a religion of peace who are only defending themselves. Once more does history repeat itself, as the aggressor Mohammedans pretend they are the victims. Mohammedans refuse to integrate or assimilate in any of the countries that give them harbor, because the Quran forbids them from doing so, but they falsely and brazenly claim they are being discriminated against and marginalized by the host people. They claim to be loyal to the democracies they live in, but in reality they cannot ever be loyal, since they are forbidden in the Quran from doing so. That is why we have never had a single demonstration by any major Mohammedan Muslim organization against the acts of terror perpetrated in the names of Allah and Islam against targets in New York, London, Madrid, Bali, Mumbai, or any other around the world. While they demand all human rights for themselves in the democracies, they deny even the most basic ones to the minorities of Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, and Jews that live amongst them. While they are free in the democracies to follow their cult belief system, they oppress and terrorize their minorities so as not to perform their religious traditions in public. They demand the right to wear the hijab and niqab in our democracies, but forbid our females from exposing their bodies in their countries. The Arabs and Mohammedans in 55 states, in all their media, their school books, and their mosques, attack, insult, and demonize the beliefs of the Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, and Jews, but demand respect for theirs. They claim they are the victims of racism, when in fact and reality, the Arabs and Mohammedan Islam are the most racist peoples on the face of the earth. They hate 80% of humanity, who are called unbelieving kuffar, which is religious bigotry. They blatantly and mercilessly discriminate against, subjugate, and humiliate their women, almost 700 million females, by their Sharia law, which is gender racism, but nonetheless claim they are the most egalitarian of all beliefs. They are the only belief system in human existence that arrogates to itself alone the right to be the only belief in the whole world, because it is allegedly the best, but then claim they are not aggressive or racist. In summation, fundamentalist Mohammedan Muslims exhibit an obscene degree of hypocrisy, mendacity, and racism, compounded with a pathological and depraved indifference to facts, reality, compassion, mercy, loyalty, beliefs, friendship, and language, but are in total denial of any and all of the above.
Throughout the history of Mohammedan Islam, they either converted the holy places of the conquered peoples or destroyed them. They also deliberately desecrated cemeteries and shrines of others. Why, if Mohammedan Islam is peaceful and understanding, did they do so?
Our series has made it crystal clear that Mohammedan Islam is not what its followers falsely claim it to be. We have demonstrated in chapter after chapter, using only their own books and scripture as references, that Mohammedan Islam is first and foremost not a religion but a cult belief system. The cult of Muhammad, since all his followers have to emulate his sunnah, that is, his actions, thoughts, instructions, and deeds. Mohammedan Islam as we have amply proven in our series, is a bigoted, racist, hate-mongering, war-mongering, unjust, immoral, and hence ungodly belief system. Mohammedans are regularly able to deceive ignorant and unread people by telling them that the Quran forbids aggression, that the Muslims are only defending themselves. Really? Can they show us how, where, and when the Hindus attacked them? Or the Spaniards, Italians, French, Armenians, Egyptians, North Africans, Chinese, Buddhists, etc., etc., did the same? As his clones, his followers must ape and emulate Muhammad's claims that the Quraysh, the Christians, or the Judaized Arabs were also aggressing or intending to attack him. Ladies and gentlemen, please be aware of the following very simple facts that invariably escape the attention of most people but are actually pregnant with meaning and logic. Muhammad and his followers, the Arabs of the Hijaz especially, were among the most illiterate, superstitious, unlearned, and uncivilized people in the area of what we call now the Middle East, even though they were surrounded by three of the most important civilizations in human history: the Sassanid Persian, the Byzantine Christian, and the Coptic Egyptian. Hence, the hordes of Arabian Mohammedans who conquered these civilizations needed to have mosques to pray in. Since they could not build a proper house, let alone an imposing mosque, they very conveniently took over the holy places of the conquered peoples and transformed them into mosques. They did so with the magnificent cathedrals of the Christians, the synagogues of the Jews, and the temples of the Zoroastrian Persians. They deliberately and systematically destroyed and desecrated an enormous number of outstanding Hindu and Buddhist temples and built their mosque on their sacred land instead. The reason why, after looting the enormous wealth of the Hindu and Buddhist temples, they demolished them should be simple to understand. These temples harbored human and animal figures and sexual displays, all of which are prohibited by Muhammad's joyless, heartless, and artless Sunnah. It was Muhammad, after all, and as usual, who was the first to start the process of initiating the desecration of graves and graveyards of so-called unbelieving or disbelieving kuffar. Sahih al-Bukhari, Hadith 3.92, narrated by Anas bin Malik. The Prophet came to Medina and ordered a mosque to be built and said, "O Bani Najjar, suggest to me the price of your land." They said, "We do not want its price except from Allah." That is, they wished for a reward from Allah for giving up their land freely. So the Prophet ordered the graves of the pagans to be dug out, and the land to be leveled, and the date palm trees to be cut down. The cut date palms were fixed in the direction of the Qibla of the mosque. So-called believers and unbelievers, I would like to point out to you that in reality, the graves of these pagans actually belong to the deceased fathers and forefathers of the now Islamized Bani Najjar. Nothing whatsoever sacred that does not belong to the Mohammedans cannot and will not be violated and or desecrated by tolerant and peace-loving Mohammedan Muslims, even if it were their own heritage. Muhammad and his Arabian hordes did so 1400 years ago, and we watch with amazement, horror, and disgust the gleeful repeat performances by his hate-mongering current followers all over the world, and yet, with an obscene degree of hypocrisy, they complain if someone desecrates the leaves of a Quran. The Dome of the Rock was built by the Arabian Umayyad Caliph Abd al-Malik from 688 to 691 AD. It was not intended to be a mosque, but a shrine for pilgrims. It was built upon the holiest shrine, land of the Jews, the Temple Mount of Jerusalem, where the original Temple of Solomon used to be. Another of the earliest examples of this kind of sequestration and occupation was in Damascus, Syria, where in 705, once again, the Umayyad Caliph Abd al-Malik took this time the church of St. John from the Christians and had it rebuilt as a mosque. The Umayyad Mosque, also known as the Grand Mosque of Damascus, is one of the largest mosques in the world and one of the oldest sites of continuous prayer since the rise of Islam. A shrine in the mosque is said to contain the head of John the Baptist. Overall, Abd al-Malik is said to have transformed 10 important churches in Damascus into mosques. In Syria also, the Church of Job was converted to a Sheikh Saad Mosque. The process of turning churches into mosques was especially intensive in the villages of all the conquered lands of Christendom, with the gradual conversion of the native Christians under the oppressive and onerous jizya tax and dhimmi laws to Muhammadan Islam. During his persecution of the indigenous Christian Copts of Egypt, the Arabian Abbasid Caliph Al-Ma'mun turned many churches into mosques, both in Cairo and in the Egyptian villages, which had no mosques in the earlier generations of Muhammadan Islam. Following the same tradition, the Fatimid Caliph Al-Hakim converted numerous churches and synagogues into mosques. In Spain, many earlier Visigothic churches that had been built on the location of Roman temples were converted into mosques. The chief mosque in Palermo was previously a church. After the Crusades, several churches were again turned into mosques in the Holy Land. The Ottoman Turks converted into mosques nearly all churches, monasteries and chapels in Constantinople, including the famous St. Sophia Cathedral immediately after the capturing of the city in 1453. To make the buildings fit as mosques, the Turks destroyed the icons, plundering their precious plating in the process, and defaced the frescoes. The Ottoman Sultan, Muhammad II, was the first to perform a Muslim prayer in what had previously been the St. Sophia Cathedral. Hagia Sophia was built between 324 to 337 AD. After serving two different religions, 916 years as a church and 477 years as a mosque, in Istanbul, Turkey, it was converted into a museum on Kemal Atatürk's orders. He believed that it should be considered a world heritage and done with its service as a worshipping temple so that people could come and see it. In many instances, mosques were established on the holy places of Jewish or Christian sanctuaries associated with biblical personalities who are also recognized by Muhammad's Quran. This practice was particularly common in the Holy Land. The Caliph Omar laid the foundation of Al-Aqsa Mosque on the Temple Mount, the most sacred site in Judaism. The cave of the patriarchs in Hebron, the second most holy site in Judaism, was converted into a church during the Crusades before being turned into a mosque in 1266 and henceforth banned to Jews and Christians. In 711 AD, Cordoba, as many other Andalusian cities, was conquered by the Moors, and the Visigothic church was converted to a mosque. The large Cordoba mosque was modeled after the one in Damascus and is a real masterpiece. The surrounding neighborhood formed the heart of the city. In Istanbul, Turkey, the most astounding Byzantine church, the Hagia Sophia, constructed by the Emperor Justinian in Constantinople, was turned into the Hagia Sophia Mosque from 1453 to 1935. The Cathedral of St. John became the Hirami Ahmad Pasha Mosque in late 16th century. After the Islamic conquest of Persia, Zoroastrian fire temples with their four axial arch openings were usually turned into mosques simply by setting a mihrab, a prayer niche, on the place of the arch nearest to the Qibla, the direction of Mecca. This practice is described by numerous Muhammadan sources. Zoroastrian temples converted into mosques in such a manner could be found in Bukhara as well as in other Iranian cities. The colossal and wanton destruction, pillaging, looting and desecration of Hindu temples in India during the Arabian Islamic conquests had occurred from the beginning of the Muhammadan onslaughts until the end of the Mughal Empire throughout the Indian subcontinent. An inscription at Quwwat al-Islam Mosque in Delhi states, "This Jama' Masjid, built in the year 587 Hijri by the glorious Qutb al-Dawla wad-Din Amir al-Umara Aybeg, the materials of 27 idol temples, on each of which 2 million Delhiwal's coins had been spent, were used in the construction of this mosque." The Persian Al-Biruni, circa 973 AD, in his Indica, writes about the famous temple of Multan in India. A famous idol of theirs was that of Multan, dedicated to the sun. When Muhammad ibn al-Qasim ibn al-Munabbih conquered Multan, he inquired how the town had become so very flourishing and so many treasures had there been accumulated. And then he found out that this idol was the cause, for there came pilgrims from all sides to visit it. Therefore, he thought it best to have the idol where it was. But he hung a piece of cow's flesh on its neck by way of mockery. On the same place, a mosque was built. An inscription of 1462 AD at Jami' Masjid at Malan, district of Gujarat, states, "The Jami' Masjid was built by Khan-e-Azam Ulu Khan, who suppressed the wretched infidels. He eradicated the idolatrous houses and mine of infidelity, along with the idols with the edge of the sword, and made ready this edifice. He made its walls and doors out of the idols. The back of every stone became the place for prostration of the believers." The Mughal Emperor Jahangir wrote in his Tujuki Jahangiri, "I am here led to relate that at the city of Banaras a temple had been erected by Raja Mon Singh. I made it my plea for throwing down the temple which was the scene of this imposture, and on the spot, with the very same materials, I erected the great mosque, because the very name of Islam was proscribed at Banaras, and with Allah's blessing, it is my design, if I live, to fill it full with the true believers." The conversion of non-Islamic places of worship into mosques has abated in modern times, as no major territorial acquisitions have been made by Islam in recent times. However, some of the Greek Orthodox churches in Turkey that were left behind by expelled Greeks in 1923 were converted into mosques. In our current times, we have watched with amazement how the peace-loving and tolerant sects of Muhammadan Islam are more than willing and able to destroy and slaughter the mosques and adherents of the others in the names of Allah and Islam. Please also remember, when the faithful Muhammadan Muslim Taliban of Afghanistan took such loving care of the Bamiyan statues of the Buddha, nothing can ever change in fundamentalist Muhammadan Islam, whether it is the passage of 1400 years or 14 million years. Nothing can unchain them from being mired in the time warp of Muhammad's 7th century Arabia. Ladies and gentlemen, we should neither be surprised nor outraged at what the Muhammadans are trying to achieve, which is their publicly declared policy of world dominance. Hitler, in his Mein Kampf, also made his intentions crystal clear, but our leaders did not take him seriously until it was too late. This error cost the lives of 50 million people. Our current spineless, mindless, ignorant and criminally negligent political, media, academic and religious leaders are repeating history by not paying heed to and or learning about the message of the Quran and its followers. They are exhibiting a degree of denial of facts and reality through their dysfunctional and one-sided political correctness that are bringing demographic, social, political and economic ruin to our democracies. These are the four horsemen of the apocalypse, the harbingers of national destruction. Our anger and disgust should be addressed at them and not at the Muhammadans, who, as believers, have absolutely no choice but to follow and abide by Muhammad's Quran and Sunnah, no matter how hate-mongering, warmongering, racist and satanic they are. Let us now ponder the following facts and realities. It was the Arab hordes that invaded, slaughtered, occupied, plundered and subjugated the peoples of at least 6 civilizations on 3 continents. It was the Arab imperialists who discriminated against, humiliated, honorously taxed and destroyed the traditions and civilizations of these peoples. It was the Arab occupiers who over the following centuries obliterated the glorious histories, religious beliefs and cultures of these nations and replaced them with their own sterile, unimaginative and pagan-based beliefs, traditions and fetishes. We now must address the myths of Islam's tolerance and civilization. Since Muhammadan Islam is based upon the twin pillars of Muhammad's Quran and his Sunnah, there rarely was and can never be any tolerance towards any or all unbelievers and disbelievers. We have shown this fact in almost 150 chapters of ours, based entirely upon the very Arabic verses of the Quran and Hadith, our mother tongue. The grand myth of the creative, tolerant, Andalus Spain should also be exposed. It is true that there were among the leaders of the Muhammadans some who were so enlightened and secular that they allowed Christians, Jews and Zoroastrians to participate freely with the Muhammadans in the administration and intellectual circles of the state as happened during the 700 years of occupation in Andalusia, Spain. Granted, at rare times, temporarily, it manifested some positive qualities in comparison to the Europe of the Dark Ages and to other parts of the Dar al-Islam then. But objectively, it was never the paradise which it's often nowadays painted by ignorant or misguided apologists for jihad and Islam. Invariably, it was a society where dimitude, the enslavement, subjugation, and the humiliation of the conquered peoples was rigidly enforced in their own native lands. The fact that a tiny handful of Jews and Christians could occasionally, exceptionally, and aberrantly rise out of their endemic wretchedness made it slightly better than anything else around at that period. But it was hardly the good and just place that it's idolized today. The famous Italian journalist and author Oriana Fallaci's La Forza della Ragione details just how fully many in the Vatican and individual bishops and priests have collaborated in making Italy and other parts of Europe welcoming for Mohammedans, even handing over churches for use by them as living quarters. Her long, detailed and alarming indictment is both overwhelming and depressing. It goes far beyond the desire to slavishly placate Muslims so that they would not harm Christians in the Middle East. It has actually become a vehicle for those politically correct priests who detest their own civilization and exhibit a diseased sympathy for those who would not, for 1 minute, were Muhammad to rule, to tolerate them or their own believers. In Cordoba, Spain, for example, the idea that the Christians are being asked by the aggressor Muslims for a gesture of reconciliation just after the Madrid bombing should fill one with fury and disgust at the total and obscene degree of hypocrisy and mendacity exhibited by the Muslims. What reconciliation are the Muslims expecting? It was they who invaded Europe in the first place. Where is their apology for this? When will they be asked to renounce their colonialism? Like a broken record, they bemoan the Crusades but ignore their own jihadi transgressions that preceded the Crusades by 400 years. The Arabs could not and did not contribute anything of value to the conquered civilizations, since they had none to give. They were, and still are, a totally parasitic imperialist power, unlike those of the Persians, Greeks, Romans, or the modern Western ones. Almost every single intellectual, philosophical, scientific, artistic, and theological contribution, as we have shown, were actually produced by the converts to Islam from among the conquered peoples, the Mawali. There was never an Islamic civilization, but most assuredly a Mawali civilization, because fundamentalist Muhammadan Islam cannot possibly survive under the light of freedoms. Freedoms of thought, belief, speech, or politics. It can only exist under the darkness of ignorance, terror, stupidity, hate, and unhappiness. As for any expectation of reciprocity from the ever-complaining Muslims, such as the return of churches, synagogues, or temples from their clutches, don't hold your breath. They publicly, unambiguously, and repeatedly declare that they will not be satisfied until all the non-Muslim holy places have been destroyed, converted to mosques, museums, or placed under Muslim protection, and all living creatures are subjected to their will. As we have repeatedly demonstrated, for Muhammadan Islam, the believers are people and the unbelievers are not. They are infidels, kuffar, beings fit only for hell and lower than dogs, the same dogs that are hated by Muhammad and his followers.
Some of the hadiths give a description of what Muhammad looked like. Will you tell us?
We are repeatedly told by Arabists that Muhammad was born in the light of recent history, implying full knowledge of him. Wrong, wrong, wrong. In fact, we know less about Muhammad, who was allegedly born circa 570 AD, than our knowledge of Abraham circa 2300 BC, Alexander the Great circa 356 BC, or Julius Caesar of circa 100 BC. His early life and his life in general were not documented, because the Arabs of his days were steeped in ignorance, superstition, and illiteracy, with very little knowledge of writing or even the materials to use thereof. Nomadic or semi-nomadic people cannot create a civilization, especially in an arid and desolate land such as found in the Arabian desert. So-called believers and unbelievers, be aware that the only, and I repeat, the only stories that we have handed down to humanity are the one-sided, unsubstantiated, uncorroborated, inauthentic, and unrecorded oral traditions that were concocted by the tens of thousands over a period of 300 years after Muhammad's death. All that we have emanates from the self-serving Islamic sources, invariably legendary, mythical, and contradictory, none of which are primary or even secondary. There are no written documents on paper, stone or hide that recorded anything to do with a man called Muhammad, Ahmad, or Al-Amin in the whole of 900,000 square miles of Arabia. The Muhammadan traditions have absolutely no idea when he was born. All we have in them is that he was born in the year of the elephant without any actual date given. Since he was not born to one of the important families of the Quraysh, we should not be surprised at all for the total lack of any facts about his date of birth or the progress of his childhood. We, of course, have an enormous number of invented and regurgitated stories, mostly miraculous, about Muhammad's birth, childhood, manhood, and characteristics. Although Muhammad in his Quran repeatedly and clearly asserted that he was only an ordinary and fallible human being, albeit inspired by Allah, it is amazing and intellectually incomprehensible how his later followers over the subsequent 3 centuries attributed to him, among other stunning characteristics, the dogma of sinlessness called Isma', contrary to their Quran that asserts otherwise. His attributes are comparable to those given to Allah: merciful, compassionate, generous, forgiving, brave, truthful, loyal, loving, trustworthy, genius, prophetic, just, moral, etc., etc. Muhammad is, in the indoctrinated and uninquisitive minds of his followers, the most perfect male being that was ever created, rivaling Jesus by leaps and bounds. They have actually dehumanized him and are now, with our knowledge of the facts, are paying a very heavy price. So-called believers and unbelievers, please note that the impeccability of Muhammad is based upon a different foundation than the Christian concept of the sinlessness of Jesus. Muhammad's impeccability is asserted for the purpose of establishing the validity of his revelations only, his Quran. Jesus' sinlessness, on the other hand, is the corollary of the affirmation of his divinity. As all of you, our listeners, have found out through 205 chapters so far, Muhammad was actually the exact opposite of what his followers metamorphosed him to be. He was, as we have repeatedly and clearly demonstrated, a compulsive liar, a serial rapist and sexual predator, a coward, a psychopathic, hate-mongering aggressor, a pathological deceiver and betrayer of trust, a creature who was totally devoid of any mercy or compassion, and a megalomaniac to boot. We have addressed and proven each and every which one of the above characteristics based entirely upon the very Arabic of the Quran, hadith, and tradition passed on to us by his followers. Ladies and gentlemen, the very first complete biography of Muhammad was actually put on paper at least 150 years after his death by the incredible Ibn Ishaq in his monumental and detailed Sirat Rasulullah, or the life of the Messenger of Allah, as translated by Alfred Guillaume. In fact, this book, which is available, should be a must-read by any of you who wants to know in detail Muhammad's demonic characteristics passed on to us not by an enemy of Muhammad or Islam, but in Arabic by one of his most ardent and loyal followers. So much so that many modern Muhammadan apologists try to do their best to cast him as a liar or untrustworthy. The usual accusations made by Muhammadans whenever one is telling the truth or facts about Muhammad's unsavory characteristics. Also, be very aware of the fact that out of almost 1 million hadiths collected by Bukhari and Muslim and Tirmidhi hadiths, not even 10,000 are considered authentic or sahih. It is unfortunately in such a disgusting degree of mendacity and deception of Muhammad's alleged traditions that 1.4 billion of his followers base their faith into and extol so much actually leave a lot to be desired. Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 5791, narrated by Ali ibn Abu Talib. When Ali described the Prophet, he said, he was neither very tall nor excessively short, but was a man of medium size. He had neither very curly nor flowing hair, but a mixture of both. He was not obese. He did not have a very round face, but it was so to some extent. He was reddish white. He had wide black eyes and long eyelashes. He had protruding joints and shoulder blades. He was not hairy, but had some hair on his chest. And the palms of his hands and his feet were calloused. When he walked, he raised his feet as though he were walking on a slope. When he turned around, he turned completely. Between his shoulders was the seal of prophecy, and he was the seal of the prophets. He had a finer chest than anyone else, was truer in utterance than anyone else, had the gentlest nature and the noblest tribe. Those who saw him suddenly stood in awe of him, and those who shared his acquaintanceship loved him. Those who described him said they had never seen anyone like him before or since. If you Google Muhammad's characteristics, you will read the most astounding attributes about Muhammad that were ever bestowed on any human being in recorded history. I shall read from one of their sites without referencing the sources, so as not to interrupt the avalanche and cascades of attributes regaling Muhammad, although we have each and every one of these references available. Bismillah, Assalamu alaikum. The following is the description of the physical characteristics and attributes of the best of creation, our most beloved Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him. He had the most radiant coloring, deep black eyes which were wide set and had a sort of red tint to them, long eyelashes, a bright complexion, an aquiline nose, and a gap between his front teeth. His face was round with a wide brow, and he had a thick beard which reached his chest. His chest and abdomen were of equal size. He was broad-chested with broad shoulders. He had large bones, large arms, thick palms and soles, long fingers, fair skin, and fine hair from the chest to the navel. He was neither tall nor short, but between the two. In spite of that, no tall person who walked with the Prophet seemed taller than him. His hair was neither curly nor straight. When he laughed and his blessed teeth showed, it was like a flash of lightning, or they seemed as white as hailstones. When he spoke, it was like light issuing from between his teeth. He had a well-formed neck, neither broad nor fat. He had a compact body which was not fleshy. Abu Hurairah said, I have not seen anything more beautiful than the Messenger of Allah. It was as if the sun was shining in his face. When he laughed, it reflected on the wall. In her description, Ma'bad said, from afar, he was the most beautiful of people, and close up, he was the most handsome. Ibn Abi Halala said, his face shone like the full moon. At the end of his description, Ali said, anyone who saw him suddenly was filled with awe of him. Those who kept his company loved him. All who described him said they had not seen anything like him either before or since. Rasulullah was so clean, clear, beautiful, and handsome. His senses were exceedingly powerful. He could hear from a long way off and see further than anyone. In essence, he had a body formed in perfection and uniqueness and blessed. Anyone suddenly seeing him would be consumed with love, and anyone speaking with him would feel great love in his heart and soul. The wise respected him in accordance with their degree. He greatly honored his relatives. He would not, however, treat them better than those more worthy than them. He was generous, beneficial, compassionate, forgiving, brave, and mild. In speech, he kept to his word. In essence, his excellent morality, sharp powers of reasoning were greater than those of all other people and worthy of great praise. Dear listeners, I cannot continue without becoming sick from such an obscene degree of sycophantic attributes, especially since we all know the facts that prove him to be otherwise. Pagan Arabians believed that poets were people possessed by the jinn, which are usually malevolent spirits that haunted ruins and dwelt in rivers and oceans. The Arabs also imagined them in whirlwinds and waterspouts. As we have shown in our 4 chapters, number 119, Muhammad loathed poets and denied any association or semblance with them for reasons that we shall demonstrate forthwith. In Muhammad ibn Ishaq's monumental biography of Muhammad, Sirat Rasulullah, translated by Alfred Guillaume as The Life of Muhammad, pages 71 to 72 and more on pages 106 to 153, we are informed on the authority of Halima, his suckling mother. Some months after our return, he and his brother were with our lambs behind the tents, when his brother came running and said to us, "2 men clothed in white have seized the Qurayshi brother of mine and thrown him down and opened his belly and are stirring him up." We ran towards him and found him standing up with a livid face. We took hold of him and asked him what was the matter. He said, "2 men with white raiment came and threw me down and opened up my belly and searched therein for I know not what." So we took him back to our tent. My husband said to me, "I'm afraid that this child has had a stroke, so take him back to his family before the result appears." So we picked him up and took him to his mother, who asked why we had brought him when I had been anxious for his welfare and desirous of keeping him with me. She asked me what happened and gave me no peace until I told her. When she asked if I feared a demon possessed him, I replied that I did. She answered that no demon had any power over her son, who had a great future before him. And then she told me how when she was pregnant with him, a light went out from her, which illuminated the castles of Busra and Syria. Even at the earliest stages of records building by his followers, the miracles that were not allowed for Muhammad in the Quran proliferated out of control in the subsequent 300 years with greater and greater myths, turning Muhammad into an Allah-like God. Furthermore, on pages 106 to 153, it is related that Muhammad as a grown man was himself convinced of being possessed by evils, and that accordingly, not to become the Quraysh village idiot, he tried to kill himself by throwing his body down a mountain. It is then said that Gabriel came to his rescue, but Muhammad still had doubts because the story did not end there. The vision repeated itself, leaving Muhammad in an inner struggle about his own sanity. It is reported that he stood confused in the middle of nowhere until Khadija's messenger, his wealthy wife, found him on the high ground above Mecca, undecided about his own sanity. It was without a shadow of a doubt Khadija who first supported and soothed Muhammad in the crucial phases when he himself entertained the deepest doubts about his own sanity. "Woe is me, poet or possessed?" asked her shaking husband. Khadija had to convince Muhammad by a test to verify if the entity appearing to him was indeed an angel or Satan. She asked him to meet her while the entity was appearing to him. When it came to be, she engaged into sexual preliminaries with Muhammad, asking at different stages if the entity was still there. It happened that in the process, the entity left when the arousing got warmer. Khadija then said to him, "O son of my uncle, rejoice and be of good heart. By Allah, he is an angel and not a Satan." Her deduction was that Satan would not have left a sexual scene, but an angel would, out of piety and chastity. Here we can clearly see that Muhammad's mission was never, ever confirmed by some godly signs with supernatural proofs, but merely by the strong will and intellect of his wife. There is absolutely no doubt, based entirely on the Muhammadan records themselves, that without the financial, spiritual, and intellectual support of his wife, Khadija, Muhammad would have been an unknown total failure. For as long as Khadija was alive, her influence upon Muhammad was paramount, hence the delusions of Muhammad were under control. As a hermit dwelling in a cave, under the illusion of receiving messages, nothing so far could make us believe that Muhammad was insane. In the language of psychiatry, his condition was stable, meaning he still could act like any normal person. Matters, though, worsened appreciably regarding both Muhammad's wealth and mental health, right after Khadija's death in 619 AD. On one more occasion only, that of the satanic verses, would Muhammad have doubts about his perceived divine mission. The abrogation of his blasphemous compromise by Allah was said to rectify the satanic revelation, showing without a doubt that Muhammad could not differentiate between Allah's and Satan's revelations. Clearly, as far as the Meccans were concerned, they thought that Muhammad suffered from some mental illness or ghost possession. They called him a dreamer, a fanciful poet, enchanted, like in the Quran 21.5, 36.69, 52.30. It was because they considered him mentally disturbed that they did not attempt to kill him, although he was insulting, denigrating, and humiliating their religion and traditions. To explain away his tribe's denial of him, with his usual dishonesty, Muhammad indulged in inserting in his Quran verses of contorted logic as he brings some non-existent alleged examples of biblical prophets likewise accused. Quran 51.52, 23.25, 26.26, and so on. As we have assiduously demonstrated in several of our chapters, Muhammad belongs more to the field of psychiatry than to the world of spirituality. The neuropathological foundations of his hallucinations are amazingly easy to identify. His acute megalomania comes from his desolate, shattered, and unloved childhood in an overcompensating phenomenon. A narcissist is a person who has not received enough love in his childhood, who is incapable of love, but instead craves attention, respect, and recognition. He sees his own worth in the way others view him. Without that recognition, he is a nobody. He becomes manipulative and a pathological liar. Narcissists are grandiose dreamers. They want to conquer the world and dominate everyone. Only in their megalomaniac reveries would they find their narcissistic supply. Their goals always have to do with domination, power, subjugation, and respect. They wither and die if they are neglected. Narcissists often seek alibis to impose their control over their unwary victims. For Hitler, it was the party and race. For Mussolini, it was fascism or the unity of the nation against others. And for Muhammad, it was his cult belief system against all others. These causes are just tools in the hands of their manipulators in their quest for absolute power. Instead of promoting themselves, the narcissists promote a cause, an ideology, or a belief system, while presenting themselves as the only authority and representative of these causes and the only saviors of their people. Muhammad could not have asked anyone to obey him, but he could easily demand his followers to obey Allah and his messenger. Al-Tur 52.29, Therefore, proclaim thou the praises of thy Lord, for by the grace of thy Lord thou art no vulgar soothsayer, nor art thou one possessed. Or do they say, a poet, we await for him some calamity hatched by time. Al-Haqqa 69.41, It is not the word of a poet, little it is, ye believe. Al-Anbiya 21.5, Nay, they say, these are medleys of dreams. Nay, he forged it. Nay, he is but a poet. Let him then bring us a sign, like the ones that were sent to prophets of old. Al-Saffat 37.35, For they, when they were told that there is no God except Allah, would puff themselves up with pride, and say, What? Shall we give up our gods for the sake of a poet possessed? Al-Duhduha 93.3, The guardian Lord hath not forsaken thee, nor is he displeased. And verily, the hereafter will be better for thee than the present. And soon will thy guardian Lord give thee, thou shalt well be pleased. Did he not find thee an orphan, and give thee shelter and care? And he found thee wandering, and he gave thee guidance? And he found thee indeed, and made thee independent? These verses reflect Muhammad's state of mind when he thought that his revelations had stopped. When they started again, he put up these verses, reminiscing upon his orphaned and destitute childhood. Nonetheless, he added another one of his lies when asserting that Allah made him independent, when in fact he was totally dependent on his wife Khadija, financially, intellectually, and spiritually. Sahih Muslim Hadith 5611, narrated by Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. We were going with Allah's Messenger as we reached the place known as Arj. There met us a poet who had been reciting a poem. Thereupon Allah's Messenger said, "Catch the Satan or detain the Satan, for filling the belly of a person with pus is better than stuffing his brain with poetry." Sahih al-Bukhari 6.475, narrated by Jundub bin Sufyan. Once Allah's Apostle became sick and could not offer his night prayers, tahajjud, for 2 or 3 nights. Then the wife of Abu Lahab came and said, "O Muhammad, I think that your Satan has forsaken you, for I have not seen him with you for 2 or 3 nights. On that, Allah later revealed, "By the forenoon and by the night, when it darkness, your Lord, O Muhammad, has neither forsaken you nor hated you." 93.1. As usual and as always, Muhammad's forever obliging and obedient Allah revealed to him another made-to-order ayah or verse explaining away the women's taunts. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 1.2, narrated by Aisha. Al-Harith bin Hisham asked Allah's Apostle, "O Allah's Apostle, how is the divine inspiration revealed to you?" Allah's Apostle replied, "Sometimes it is revealed like the ringing of a bell. This form of inspiration is the hardest of all. And then this state passes off after I have grasped what is inspired. Sometimes the angel comes in the form of a man and talks to me, and I grasp whatever he says." Aisha added, "Verily, I saw the Prophet being inspired divinely on a very cold day, and noticed the sweat dropping from his forehead as the inspiration was over." So-called believers and unbelievers, as you should know by now, Muhammad assumed that bells are the instruments of the devil, and he forbade wearing them even around animals. Also, that Satan can trick humans by pretending to be an angel or anything else for that matter. After all, he succeeded brilliantly and very easily in deceiving Muhammad, allegedly the greatest and most knowledgeable of all the prophets, with the satanic verses by making him believe they came from Allah. Studying the Quran, one is left with the very clear notion that many more verses in it are satanic and could not have ever been revealed by any omniscient, compassionate, and merciful God. These stories agree with Muhammad himself, since he initially believed that he might have been possessed. In the history of Al-Tabari, Muhammad at Mecca, volume 6, page 71. I recited it, and then he desisted and departed. I woke up, and it was as though these words had been written on my heart. There was no one of Allah's creation more hateful to me than a poet or a madman. I could not bear to look at either of them. I said to myself, "Your humble servant," meaning himself, "is either a poet or a madman, but Quraysh shall never say this of me. I shall take myself to a mountain crag, hurl myself down from it, kill myself, and find relief in that way." And further, then he went to Khadija and said, "Khadija, I think that I have gone mad." "No, by Allah," she said, "your Lord would never do that to you. You have never committed a wicked act." Khadija went to Waraq bin Nawfal and told him what had happened. He said, "If what you say is true, your husband is a prophet. He will meet adversity from his people. If I live long enough, I shall believe in him." A few days later, Waraq died, and after this, Gabriel did not come to him for a while. And Khadija said to him, "I think that your Lord must have come to hate you." Then Allah revealed to him, Al-Duhdah 93.1, "By the forenoon and by the night, when it is still, your Lord has not forsaken you, nor does he hate you." Dear listeners, please notice how similar, if not identical, were the reactions of Muhammad's first wife was with that of Abu Lahab's wife when Muhammad's spirit did not show up for a while. Returning to Muhammad's analysis of his first encounter with the Spirit, it is interesting to read that he believed that Satan actually lived inside of him and had to be removed. Sahih Muslim, Book 1, number 311. Anas bin Malik reported that Gabriel came to the Messenger of Allah while he was playing with his playmates. He took hold of him and laid him prostrate on the ground and tore open his breast and took out the heart from it and then extracted a blood clot out of it and said, "That was the part of the Satan in thee." And then he washed it with the water of Zamzam in a golden basin, and then it was joined together and restored to its place. The boys came running to his mother, i.e. his nurse, and said, "Verily, Muhammad has been murdered." They all rushed towards him and found him all right. His color was changed, and Anas said, "I myself saw the marks of a needle on his chest." Sahih Muslim, Book 39, number 6759, narrated Aisha. Aisha said, "One day Allah's Apostle went out of her, Aisha's apartment, during the night, and she felt jealous. Then he came and he saw me in what agitated state of mind I was. He said, 'Aisha, what has happened to you? Do you feel jealous?' Thereupon she said, 'How can it be that a woman like me should not feel jealous in regard to a husband like you?' Thereupon Allah's Apostle said, 'It was your devil who had come to you.' And she said, 'Allah's Apostle, is there along with me a devil?' He said, 'Yes.' I said, 'Is devil attached to everyone?' He said, 'Yes.' Aisha again said, 'Allah's Apostle, is it with you also?' He said, 'Yes, but my Lord has helped me against him. As such, I am absolutely safe from his mischief.'" Tirmidhi Hadith 931, narrated by Jabir ibn Abdullah. The Prophet said, "Do not visit women whose husbands are away from home, for the devil circulates in you like your blood." He was asked if this applied to him also, and said, "To me also, but Allah has helped me against him so that I may be safe." It is obvious that Allah did not see fit to prevent others from being harmed by these evil spirits. Nor did Allah protect Muhammad from Satan's interloped verses in the Quran. After all, Muhammad wasn't the only one who was possessed by a Satan, as the above narrations plainly indicate, and one of his close companions and the first Khalifa, Abu Bakr, even warned the Muslims to avoid him whenever his Satan would come to possess him. The History of Al-Tabari, Volume 9, pages 11 to 12. The Apostle of Allah died with no one of his community having a claim against him concerning anything wrongfully taken, for which the punishment would be 1 lash, or the whip, or even less. I have a Satan who takes possession of me, so when he comes to me, avoid me, so that I may have no evil effect even on your hair and your skins. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 1345, narrated by Abu Dahr. Allah's Apostle said, "While I was at Mecca, the roof of my house was opened, and Gabriel descended, opened my chest, and washed it with Zamzam water. Then he brought a golden tray full of wisdom and faith, and having poured its contents into my chest, he closed it. Then he took my hand and ascended with me to the nearest heaven." Why did Muhammad need to be opened up and unbelief be taken out of him in childhood and in adulthood, even 13 years after having allegedly been inspired by Allah? Why was it necessary to remove Satan from his body if he were protected by Allah against Satan, as he claimed? Why did Allah not prevent Satan from deceiving him with the satanic verses? These are legitimate questions which the Muhammadan believers should first ask themselves and think about, and then ask their religious leaders for answers. So-called believers and unbelievers. There are more such verses in both the Quran and Hadiths that show beyond a shadow of a doubt that Muhammad was possessed, that he knew he was possessed, and that his tribal members also knew he was possessed. Now it is up to you, our listeners, to make your own conclusions and comments known. Dear listeners, please bear in mind that the following story of Bilal, like all the other stories in the so-called traditions of Muhammadan Islam, is the usual one-sided, unsubstantiated, unauthenticated, and hence as unreliable as all of the others handed down to us by the followers of Muhammad. We shall, of course, and as usual, be accused of deceit and anti-Islamic rhetoric by the same followers of Muhammad who cannot ever prove us wrong on anything. We have searched the hadiths, and to our shock and disgust, we found only 5 hadiths of no importance from among the thousands of others that are attributed to Bilal, although he was one of the closest and most trusted companions of Muhammad. How could this be? The answer is actually very simple. As a black African, the Arabs and later the followers of Muhammad had very little regard for the people of this continent. The racism of the Arabs propagated itself with Muhammadan Islam. Please remember that in the Arabic language, the black people are called abid, meaning slaves. This expression has not had its meaning changed in the last 1400 years. Witness our chapter 20, Islam and African Slavery. Also witness what the light-skinned Arabized people of the Sudan have been and are doing to the Christian and animist blacks in the south, or the Muhammadan Muslim blacks in Darfur. These are actually acts of genocidal racial superiority, not religious differences. We shall, of course, get the usual denials from both the followers of Muhammad and their apologists, but the facts and reality are there for all to see. Bilal bin Rabah, born 580, died 642 AD, was an Abyssinian or Ethiopian slave who, in the Muhammadan tradition, is called Bilal al-Habashi, meaning Bilal the Abyssinian. He was born in Mecca, Arabia, from a slave parenthood about 580 AD. His father was an Arab slave named Rabah, and his mother was an Abyssinian slave named Hamama. He was one of the earliest converts to Muhammadan Islam. Traditionally, black Africans were considered by the Arabs as lowly human beings who thought them to be of little use beyond entertainment and slavery. Read what Abu al-Hasan ibn Ali al-Mas'udi, an Arab historian and geographer, circa 896 to 956, known as the Herodotus of the Arabs, thought of the black Africans. Sir William Muir, in his The Life of Muhammad, page 59, says, "He was tall, dark, and gaunt, with African features and bushy hair. Some proud and haughty members of the noble Quraysh tribe who despised him called him Ibn Sauda, son of the black woman." Dr. Muhammad Abdul Rauf, in his Bilal ibn Rabah, page 5, says, "He was of a handsome and impressive stature, dark brown complexion with sparkling eyes, a fine nose and bright skin. He was also gifted with a deep, melodious, resonant voice. He wore a beard which was thin on both cheeks. He was endowed with great wisdom and a sense of dignity and self-esteem." The traditions tell us that when Bilal converted to Islam, he was put under severe punishment by his pagan Arab slave master, Umayyah ibn Khalaf. Umayyah had him stretched out on his back and tied to stakes beneath the scorching sun of the Arabian desert, and placed a huge stone upon his chest, demanding that he recant his belief in Islam. Bilal, who had no way to fight back but with his heart, nearly at the point of death from thirst and the crushing weight of the huge stone, only would say, "Ahad, Ahad," meaning one, that is, one God. He refused to recant his belief in Islam, even if it meant that he would be killed for not doing so. In frustration, Umayyah gave up his effort to make him do so and allowed Abu Bakr, a wealthy merchant who was Bilal's close friend, to purchase his freedom. After Bilal had been ransomed by Abu Bakr, he was later appointed by Rasulullah Muhammad to be the first muezzin, or caller to prayer, of the new Muslim community. As Edward W. Blyden in his Christianity, Islam, and the Negro Race, page 327, says, "And from those African lips the beautiful sentiment found utterance, 'Prayer is better than sleep,' which is repeated every day throughout the Muhammadan world. Bilal was honored and distinguished by Muhammad as the first fruits of Abyssinia. Because of his honesty, Muhammad also made him his personal treasurer and secretary. He participated in every single battle and was an effective and eager warrior. When Abu Bakr was installed as the first Khalifa after Muhammad's death, and the army, organized under the leadership of the Arab general Osama, was marching towards Syria, Bilal came to his friend Abu Bakr and said, "O Khalifa of Rasulullah, I heard Rasulullah say that the most meritorious act of a believer is to struggle in the way of Allah, and I wish to join the army and struggle unto my death." Abu Bakr appealed to Bilal to spare his life for his own sake and to remain beside him in Medina. On account of what Abu Bakr had done for Bilal, and of their mutual love and respect, Bilal yielded to Abu Bakr's appeal, though it was difficult to remain in Medina after the physical presence of Rasulullah had gone. The reign of Abu Bakr was only 2 years. His death in 634 AD was a grievous blow to Bilal, although he was still under the strain of the greater loss suffered from the death of Rasulullah. However, without Rasulullah and Abu Bakr, life in Medina became colorless and dull for Bilal. He was eager to obtain the pleasure of Allah by giving his life in the defense of Islam, as if what he had already done was not enough. He therefore went to Umar, the second Khalifa, and requested permission to join the combatants in Syria. Umar, who also had great regard for Bilal, sought to dissuade him, but Bilal insisted on going. Umar had no choice but to agree. Bilal went and did his share. He remained in Syria until he died in 642 of plague at Amwas, 10 years after the death of Rasulullah and 8 years after that of Abu Bakr. It is said that he was 63 years old when he died. In spite of his glorious achievements, Bilal remained a very humble person. He never sought a high office or a leading position. He just wanted to remain a modest soldier of Allah. Whenever he heard a word in his praise, he was embarrassed and insisted that he was but a former slave, and acknowledged Allah's favor in guiding him aright and giving him freedom. Yet he acquired such eminence that even the Khalifa Umar addressed him as his master. Bilal has been used by Mohammedans as an exemplar to convert black people all over the world, and in modern times especially in the United States among the prison populations. They pick on the criminal elements because they are incarcerated and very vulnerable to suggestions. Moreover, since the Quran has a text as hardened as the criminals in the prison system, then it is not at all difficult for them to tune in with its contents of violence, racism, tribalism, elitism, hate-mongering, and male chauvinism. The text of the Quran is like music to their ears. Farah Khan's Nation of Islam in the United States is a black group who claim they are Muslims. They espouse hatred of the white people, of Christians, of Jews, and of the American system, while they are protected by the same system. Their behavior in betraying and reviling our way of life is no different from that of the followers of Muhammad in all the European democracies as we see them on television and read their literature. As far as the Arabs are concerned, the Nation of Islam is nothing more than the butt of jokes, since they are considered as kuffar, because they do not only not understand Arabic, but follow the dictates of their mentor, a convert to Islam called Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm X, who belonged to the original founding fathers, found out that Elijah Muhammad was abusing his position by having sex with the females of the group. To keep his mouth shut, they had him slaughtered just like Muhammad used to do in Arabia 1400 years earlier. Nothing ever changes in the cult of Muhammadan Islam. Those who do their utmost to convert people to Muhammadan Islam never point out to their intended victims that they, the black people, are in the United States because of the Arab and Muhammadan slave trade. That it was the Arabs and Muhammadan blacks who attacked their villages, slaughtered, raped, and enslaved their ancestors. That it was they who had them shackled and chained as if they were wild animals and trekked them out of Africa to its shores to be sold to others in the first place. Based upon Bilal's character and association with Muhammad and his most important companions, the hadiths should have handed down a great number of extremely important and informative stories about Muhammad, his thoughts and deeds emanating directly from Bilal, but this, unfortunately, is not the case. Maybe you, our listeners, can provide a better conclusion than ours.